Alright then. Hello everyone. Welcome back to Sunless Sea. When last we left off, well, we got gunned. And we upgraded our deck gun too. The combination of guns is, well, one of the better setups you can get in the game. Or at least certainly a setup I've always loved getting. And it will carry you well. Even on our small little boat that we do have. Yeah. We've just been working through these sort of things. Gathering up money where we can. Which is why we have these upgrades. Next on our agenda for upgrades is, I definitely want better engines, and there's a reason for this. Pardon me. You'll note that when we previously looked at boat stats, there's a weight stat amongst things. Our weight 2,000 in comparison to our previous boat, the Byzantium, which is interesting, so shows the name right there, which was half the weight. This one we currently have is double. The next one we're thinking in line is 5,000. Now, your engine power is very much influenced by how fast it can chug on your boat, as per a ratio of the engine power per the weight of your boat. So, there's going to be a bit where this elderly steeple engine is not going to cut it. For potential upgrades, other than some potentials in quests which we're not currently in the position to get, honestly, we probably would want something. Probably want something around one of these to either the Bodicea or the Manticore number 4. Models number 1 through number 3 are not discussed in polite company, but this is a powerful and effective device. For the most part, we don't need to worry about that at the current moment. Our little deal works fine for now, but just something to keep in mind with how much money I get and what I'm doing. In that light, for said amount of money we need to get, our next options for the venturer is either approved literature. Well, either form of romantic literature, or 21 bolts of spider silk, which is probably gonna wind up being the better option for us at the moment. Because the Khanate, to get access to the Khanate markets is a bit of an effort. Savior's Rocks, as much as I currently hate the idea, is not out of our realm of options. We just need to find the cursed place. And oh boy, is the place cursed. Spend time with our family. There's no news, so we have the news too. Alright then. So with that, we first want to make a brief detour. And that detour is going to be at Port Carnelian, because we have the sonars for a certain thing, and that's for our submarine research. We shall go and do so, while being a fair bit more secure in our travels, because gun. The Memento Mori is a very good gun. yes, it's like, oh, you could sell it to somebody. No, no. Just don't sell it to someone. And keep it, use it, murder all the things with it. Especially since it helps with what's a bit more difficult to avoid damage on, which is sea life. Or rather, sea life. Your big old crabs, your lifebergs, and worse. They count for that biological damage effectively. And we want to be able to very effectively murder them. And we shout with the memento mori. Fires on the hillside. Since we're here, we'll pick up a port report. Nothing to say here. Nothing at all. I suppose we could see if we can get another secret. No, just a respectable amount of fragments. No additional secret this time. Yeah, you'll know we have still a bit of areas we haven't explored. We've done a good job chunking away at these parts in this part of the map. But we do indeed want to start discovering what lies in the south, towards Port Carnelian way. And we haven't been going the right direction for that. Hopefully as well, this will lead me into the general direction I desire to go. Or, well, for Savior's Rock, Savior Rocks, rather. Is it plural? I don't remember. Whatever it is, it's a cursed place. It is a wretched, cursed place. That is evil beyond evils. I'm heading for it. Yay! Alright. Hello, Jelly Fluor. I'm just gonna go down here and pick up a port that really doesn't benefit me all that much, but I can pick up anyways. Staging area. Functionary report. Just listen for surface gossip. Ah, here's the other one we can get. A sorry end. A card game ends badly when one surface sailor knifes another for all the usual reasons. The other players scramble for the coins that spill from her pockets, but you snatch up a scrap of paper they overlook. Curious markings, dates, times, code names, spies work. You now have one moves in the great game. Moves in the great game, the nations of Europe and beyond compete for influence. Their plots reach even to the Neath. The Admiral and the Diplomat, among others, will be interested to hear this. So yeah, that's the other one you can get, other than the visions of the surface. So I'm here to check, what do we have for Principal's End? Heartshelled Silver, we need another Cooper deal. And a Flute Core. Which means murder. Murder of wildlife that can very much defend back, huh? Yeah, Alon Cooper. Even another one of those coffins. One of the ways I know is the random events up in Venderbite, which we may just well do because that's the other way for the genial that we saw, coincidentally enough, right before we got the genial magician, but a way to get his item. I'm not gonna count or hedge my luck on the RNG, but I can hope. I can indeed hope. That's all I got going for me. It's the usual way I get it, in fact. It's just our RNG from up north there. energy is a fickle thing. So when you're not actively manipulating it, it's just, well, so be it. You accept what you can accept. No one to stop us from getting into the Iron Republic. I'm sure there will be people who are down south who have other objections. Compile. Here, by the way, is one of the places you can do so. Sell the Memento Mori to a purchaser in the Iron Republic. The Iron Republic has no government, no representatives, but has plenty of citizens eager to purchase an engine of destruction. You gain a captivating treasure, a mere catch box, a bowl of soup, 13 Devilborn dice, and 7 secrets. It's kind of one of the better profits you can get. Not the best, but one of the better ones. Alright, pages remains undead. Tale of Terror. Memory of Distant Remembers. Report of the Iron Republic. That'll do something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let us just load up. They're cheap after all. And I'll be traveling a far, far distance. As in, Nyom. All along there. So, I'll be out and about. Might as well account for it. Yes, hello. If we can avoid fighting it, we shall. Yes, you see nothing. Nothing at all. I still don't want to pick a fight with most ships. If I can help it. And here, in this case, I can't help it. Oh well. Might as well take the slight detour to explore this coastline. Give us the all clear. Because, well, things are all clear. All is well, and all shall indeed be well. As long as we don't stray too far. Discovered Crockery Bay. Ah! Here's another of one of the evil type on the boats that will absolutely mess with you. To the island, of course it's base me. I should just take the risk and the cut. It's a Radiant ship. It is very, very, very bright. Very, very deadly. Glorious frigate. No, pardon me, sir. Ow. Another 12 damage. Just, that's what I was afraid of. Huh. Oh, gods. Glorious dreadnought. Oh, I made mistakes. Out of here. I need to get out of here. I don't care if I need a full power explode myself. This is bad. Not expect there to be 2 of them. Not dying like this. Not like this. That is also one of the few sort of boats that seem to use frickin' torpedoes. Lost crew, lost that. I'm gonna have to change my plans. Another place you can sell the Memento Mori. We won't. Report. Just someone in authority. Yes, hello. You've been shooting me. You'll note there's a new option here. It's actually one of the better ways of doing this if you decide to pursue this course. Ask the Commodore for defense against sunlight for Estival. He smiles warmly. Of course, he says. But we'll need our usual consideration to do the work, and it won't be easy. We'll need a gas source from near the Chelenate, and a particular insight, a very, very particular insight. Gas source can be obtained from the Eater of Names near the Chelenite. A dread surmise can be assembled by the alarming scholar from 7 Syrian enigmas. You'll note it's to found a colony, get a Don's Law, 1 vital intelligence, 7 crew, 50 supplies, figurehead of the Eater of Names, and 1 dread surmise. It is very expensive, but you'll note it does give us a hint on a deal that we need. We do need Gant. One of these ways, the Eater of Names. A ship near the Chelenate, and its figurehead. For now, we're gonna have these boats turn around. We're gonna go to Port Carnelian, but we're gonna change the plans and head right back up to London to repair and restock. I chose the wrong way to go, and it almost cost me. This is why I'm still trying to be careful. I just did not realize that there's literally 2 things right there. And that's that while I do have better guns, I still will struggle in the upfront fight because they have a lot more hull than I have. And as one can see, both ships like that can just chew right through you, so it is a lesson. Even once you get the why am I stumbling over it now? Because I'm flustered as well. Even once you get the memento mori, don't get too bold until you have one of the later combat ships. Because it is then that thou shalt be able to take things more head on. While you might have combat guns in this, you're not exactly a full-on combat ship. Carnelian. Last time we got a port report from the Tiger. Let us call at Hartcross House. A port report. The governor is very, very busy. The attaché offers you a bowl of sugared puffballs and explains the work the governor does among the natives. Got to keep them happy, what? After all, they are tigers. 52% chance. We're definitely gonna take it. You're succeeded. A glimmer of truth. Braving the jungle's violet sportress, you find a narrow stream. You kneel among the red-capped agarics that spot its banks. It doesn't heave with sapphires, as the stories promise, but an afternoon's painting yields a pocket of glittering shards. And we get a 31 echoes from it. There is a rare success on that one, and that does, in fact, give you a casket of sapphires. For now, we go to the hidden workshop. Complete Phase 2. You brandish the pilfered Zonar schematics. The engineers cheer. They set to work immediately. Your ship is docked at the workshop and concealed beneath a set of awnings. Beneath, hammers ring, drills whir, mechanics argue, reconcile, improvise. From the outside, your ship looks largely unaltered, but inside, new pipes gleam. A satisfying lever stands by the helm, surrounded by an array of mysterious gauges and dials. This extends the shell hole, a weary engineer explains. Don't pull it until you're out at sea, eh? The fierce philanthropist offers you a sherry. You've done it, she says. To your new journeys, citizen, wherever they may lead. If you trade the ship for another, your chief engineer will automatically apply the submarine conversion process to your new vessel. Future captains can obtain a submarine conversion By returning to Port Carnelian, they will not have to repeat the quest. That's why it's important to finish this before you die through something stupid like what I almost did. The submarine conversion process is complete. The deep cannot hide its secrets from you. Your ship may now transform into a submarine. Press T when at Z to transform. Press T to transform your ship into a submarine and back. Your future captains may convert their ships to submarines without cost. To convert your ships for submarine travel, visit the old Sapphire processing plant in Port Carnelian. And that is a reward all on its own. Buy and sell things there. Gonna buy some supplies for our journey back up. And then won't stay in it because there's a reason one shall not stay in it, but let's get it further enough away because sometimes you can't change when you're too close to certain features in certain areas. But when you are able to submerge, you do this. It lets you submerge. You go under the waves. Your sonar, instead, you notice we're stuck in a current. That happens. There's currents about. We have a light our light right here that reveals in a small way, and our sonar rather, is what helps us see what lies. Like it has found something here. In this case, it is an enemy. It is not always an enemy. In this case, it was. You can, as I'll note, try to avoid things by very quickly getting to the surface or submerging. You'll note, however, as long as you're underwater, you have this oxygen bar. Surfacing will replenish it. Docking at places will also replenish it. If it reaches 0, that is bad. For the obvious reasons. You don't want to run out of oxygen while you're under the water. You die. I think you get an achievement for such a death, but yeah, don't. Your oxygen's low. Get to the surface. Just do it. The sea underneath it is not any friendlier than the sea on its surface. And is, in fact, honestly, could well be considered deadlier. Gather intelligence. We have our port report. Did we need a living specimen for something? Do we need one for you? No, not for you. I'm trying to remember if we needed a living specimen for something or other. Because I can change one here. Careless mechanic. There's our Z-Fever for our kid. Here's Mutton Island. I don't recall, but we might just change it anyway. Strange catches are easier to get than living specimens. And while it's in my hold, I might as well. That's what'll do it. Same as the last time I did it. Converts. It goes all weird. Then we pretend that nothing happened. That we did not just do funky things with the environment, with the Great Chain. So regular Miko again. I think that's just kind of a landmark. there was a ship there that triggered my combat. It has vanished. Vanished in thin air. That... I think that happens at times. I think that happened to other people. It's never happened to me, but... I guess first time for everything. Boat has gone poof. Don't worry about it. The Z is a strange place. A very, very strange place. Now we shall just keep on going. Counter blessings that we shall not be in combat with anything because we need to prepare. And get some extra crew buffer because we lost a bunch of crew on that. I think as long as you don't reach 0, it doesn't matter if you lose crew. Now, however, it's a similar deal in Sunless Skies, although Sunless Skies will actually keep track of how much crew, so makes it a little bit more personal. Supplies, report. We do have news, but it doesn't really give us much. This is one place you can send off the Scarred Sister. It's not where we're gonna go, but it's one of the options. Suggest to this Scarred Sister that she might find a home here. They were neighbors of a kind to Hunter's Keep. Perhaps she'd find some kind of peace here, or at least a way to keep occupied. But no, we have a better place in mind once we reach that point. Of course, ran into one of the few things that launches torpedoes and has all other sorts of guns on it. Yeah, if nothing else, that shows how deadly those gleaming bright ships are, and thus similar of their kind. Especially when we got stuck in that waxwind. Oof. Being slow in an emergency situation is very much unideal. Unideal it was. Explore the undersea at some point. Not right now, but at some point. Shall limp back into London. Yeesh. A little bit of a rough start that was. Try to make up for it however we can. Go into here, drop off this. Drop off our recent news so we can get another one. Not still benefiting from it. In this case, Z's story. And a reduction of terror, which is always good. And now to limp into port. With amusingly almost a little bit around what we started with, just a little bit less fuel. But that is fine. For once I do want my hunger to tick over, but... Not sure, pardon me, not sure if it will or not. It should, in theory. Just so we can get a fresh batch of things. Love bump to the docks of London. Alright, perfect. Ah, hello then. Hello there, Ministry of Public Decency. We have nothing to hide. Collect messages. Alright, now on the docks, we shall see who there are in the new recruits. Ah, hello there indeed. Engage an officer, the Brisk Campaigner. Hoy, you. You need a real physician, none of your surgeons. The Brisk Campaigner is a skilled doctor who increases hearts and irons. 50 echoes? Shall take her aboard. Welcome aboard. Don't you have anywhere cleaner? Well, if I must do it myself, where can I find a mop? Find a new officer. Now have the Brisk Campaigner. She's marched with armies and cured generals. Don't annoy her. What? That means we shall go back to here. Hire on some more crew. Yes, hello, you two. Welcome aboard. Do not ask what happened to the others. Now, put them into dry dock, and because of how far down we are, we're gonna do it's like, this will completely repair your hull for 100 echoes, but I think we're gonna cash in a few favors here. Into the Admiralty Yards. You may call in some of your Admiralty favors to have a cheap, good quality work done on your ship. 75 echoes less, it'll kind of help make do. Rapid efficiency, all shall be well, and all manner of thing shall be well. Very quickly. Lost 24 echoes, 3 favors. Our hull is back to full. Thank goodness. 10 slots. Submit your port reports. These are all places we've been, so doesn't matter if I kind of rush through them. Our report there is blank once more. Go figure. Grand Geode. Quaker's Haven. And we can speak of moves in the great game. Whispers. We shall do this once, just to kind of show what it can do. He has you repeat it all twice. He doesn't take notes. It's a little beyond me, he tells you, but I have a friend in the palace who will be interested. Very interested. Thank you. Your fee. You've lost a move in the great game. You gain 30 echoes and 1 favor for the Admiralty. It's, I believe, one of the repeatable ways to actually get favors. Which is good. Which is very good. Alright, we need to sell that, so I guess that's what I'll do next. A bit diversion from our original plan, but we are looking for Savior's Rocks, and that will take us the general right direction. And it'll free up one of the slots of our hold. Right, our lodgings. Let's read the paper. Excellent, what I was hoping for. Some free supplies. Some time with our family. We still have plenty of memories of distant shores, so we shall share it. This is high enough and you'll get a scion. I believe we're close. I believe that margin is 25. We hold out a little bit longer, and we will have a scion. Which is good. Fuel, supplies, and we'll just get a bonus fuel. Wait, did I do everything I need? Didn't show our new officer. Surgeon, 6 hearts, 3 irons. That's 6 hearts, 6 irons, so they're still better. Can invite her to dine, but we need mutter salt. And we do not have that. She, once again, is another one that increases hearts. A lot of people increase hearts. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate because we'd want someone with pages. We do not have someone with pages. We just must deal with it. Alright, so just to remind myself, 21 bolts. Alright, let us hit up Khan's shadow, and then press on further. Further east. We know that it goes Irene, Estival, the Gant, the Chelenate on this side of matters, which means which means it's likely that Savior Rocks is going to be lower, because we've already more or less accounted for the north side of the Far East. Like, eventually, you play long enough, you kind of get a rough judge of how the randomization works. You can still chuck surprises at you, but you can at least make a lot more educated guesses on the matter. Ourselves a little bit more upwards. And try not to take any damage from our freshly repaired everything. That was already a little bit of a costly detour from what I wanted to achieve. Go figure. I also should be keeping my eyes out for opportunities to get those things for the gladiator. Because, yeah, there are things to gain from it. Thus, we do want to gain things from it. Just means keeping an eye out for opportunities to let her perform some surgeries out and about. Now that we have our submarine, there should be new opportunities for us to take. We shall mostly keep an eye out for them. Although the undersea, like I said, is more dangerous. Multiple levels of accord, so one should be cautious diving below the Z. But that we have the opportunity is very good. Ah, hello there, crab number 2. I see I'm running into a lot of the on my way through. Could you not? Shoot. Western angler crab. Not as beefy as the eastern crabs, but you're still 150 health. Rather avoid fights for the time being. There's gonna be a point where I need to. See if I find a fluke core. Or rather, a fluke 4 of fluke core. For now, safety is everything. Know in which of what you can actually fight in the Z, and avoid what you can't. Remember, death is permanent. I'll feel a little bit bolder once we have our Scion in the wings, because then, at the very least, if something goes horribly wrong, we'll at least have a bit more edge up on having to start things over. For now, all is indeed well. For now. We really do need a faster engine at some point. I will never disagree with that remark. Faster engines will consume more fuel, so I need to effectively adjust my ratios. But it's worth it for getting around quicker. I probably will feel comfortable investing in such after once I find the Savior's Rocks and get this spider silk back to the venture. Because that'll give me a coal to 1,500 echoes. I'm about to get another 500 echoes from selling this box of very, very angry dream snakes. Very, very angry dream snakes. Yes, hello there. I'll do that, kind of like me. There's our port report. We go to the shops. We do not sell our casket mushroom wine. We need that in a moment. Oh, here. I don't want to sell those. There's other uses we can put on there. But we have no other particular use for our mere catch box full of very angry dream snakes, because it's the second one we got. So we shall sell it for cold of 500 echoes. This is a good amount. Probably the better profit I could have gotten off of that excess mere catch box I had with my current accessible resources on hand. Alright, well normally I'd stop by Polythene to just get a free delivery of Clayman. I will need whole space. I will definitely need whole space. 21 in fact, that's it. So we will be skirting a bit carefully with our supplies. You know, our hold, we currently have 9 slots open. We will be getting a slot free from using up that at our same destination. Then whatever excess is going to be our supplies and fuel. It's going to be a bit risky, but ideally we shall manage. We just need to find the place. Which means cutting through the lily pads. Watch out for the toads. Not that the toads are actually deadly to us. They stay on the lily pads. That albino moray, however, will try to murder us. This is without question. Frogs are just good reason why we would not land on these lily pads. Also, hello, shark. I'm just gonna go down here, grab another wisdom port report since it's effectively on the way. Then kind of go along that way. See what we run into. There's 2 options on the order that it could be. Both will be an adventure. Both will be an adventure. Dock, go in. Compile a port report. We eventually, if we want to complete the tireless mechanics thing, will have to do some of these options, but I'm not about to risk it at the moment. They are very, very high checks. Very high checks. So for now, we go down this way. And see about finding what we need to find. Oh, one moment. Sorry about that. Just had to feel the phone call. Rare is it that I don't get called by spam numbers, but that was one of those times that I was not called by a spam number. Ugh, so many calls are from damn spoof numbers. It's the amusing thing of being in a state that is different from the state of your base area code, and that it's like, ah yes, that's my old area code. If someone's calling from that is not already on my caller ID, they can just, if it's actually someone important that I just have not realized, they can leave a message. If not, it's probably a spoof call. It usually is a spoof call. In fact, it pretty much always is a spoof call when it's of the old area code. No islands within range. That's fine. Alright, our journey continues. We have those. There's one deal I usually associate with those. Huh. Hello, Devereaux of Hope. Welcome in the stream. Hope your day is going well. Mine certainly has been. I tried desperately to look for a place I haven't found. Yes, hello. Ah, Empire of Hands. Is that what we're nearby, eh? Seems like it. It's good, that's good. My day has been going swimmingly. Little bit of a tired day, but generally other than that, it's gone pretty well. Sometimes you just have those days where you just chill and relax. Ah, we have found it, unfortunately. This is why I don't like these places. All those things treading around there. Yeah, those are spiders. I hate spiders. I hate spiders with a passion. Ugh. So yeah, welcome to Savior's Rocks. Welcome to Crab. Yes, they are. Which makes Savior's Rocks one of the worst places in the Neath. Because these are just islands full of spiders, and it's sending, like, all my paranoia off the wazoo. I will not spend more time than I have to here. Hello, Elder Angular Crab. They are the beefiest crabs. Alright. Savior's Rocks. The sound of their constant motion is like pebbles on a beach. Ugh. You notice there's two areas. One's here, the lovely face of a spider. We're not doing either of these, but scuttling reaches are intricate webs stretch into a darkness where the shadows are never entirely still. Gossamer threads stolen by the breeze tickle the goosebumps on your skin. 1,000 unseen eyes promise a million more. We're gonna explore with or without candles. I'm not doing either, because bugger this up. Here is the one that's more important for us. Preparing for the Festival of Silk. The glumness of the nativity is broken by the reds and golds of freshly hung banners. Spider-worshipping weavers and widows guide the traders in readying their celebration of gratitude to the generous neighbors that silently watch over them from the shadows. You can get a port report, and here's why we have this cask of mushroom wine here. Compile a port report. The silk traders of the nativity, no better than to risk loose chatter. Still, a little contribution to their festival may loosen their tongues. An off-the-cuff, scripted response. The silk traders don't talk much. In particular, they don't talk of the sorrow spiders at their feet, over their heads, or crawling over them as they sleep. Spiders? Will not be having that kind of talk about the generous neighbors, they say with haste in raised voices. You now have a port report. Savior's Rocks. Intriguing. How could so many people have missed so many sorrow spiders? Now, the worst thing about sorrow spiders, they take eyeballs out of people. Doesn't kill the person, it just takes an eyeball, plucks it out while you're sleeping or whatnot, and then uses it to make more of them. It is a disturbing concept for a spider, and whoever the hell thought of it, why? Just why? Nope, that wasn't the one I wanted. Ah! This I forgot about. Takes supplies to trade for silk. Ooh, I misjudged that one. How many supplies does each one get? I thought it was just a buy. I thought it was a basic buy thing, but this is what happens when I've never dealt with it. Never dealt with buying stuff here. It is unfortunate. What is it for? 2 supplies per 1 silk. Ah, that's not ideal. That means I'd need, like, 40-odd something. Just to get it, and I do not have that hold space. Rare event for 2 per each, but that's low at 20%. Yeah, well then. That's, it's a little bit more awkward. It's a little bit more awkward indeed, so... Also, a delivery of trinkets. An almost entirely legitimate silk trader urgently requests your help with the delivery to Fallen London. Trinkets. Just trinkets. Trinkets? Just trinkets, confirms the man, holding out the box. From inside comes a slight cracking sound, a hiss, a scratch that hints at nails on wood. Trinkets, he repeats, not meeting your eyes. Definitely not sorrow spider eggs. Deliver them to Fallen London. Well, I guess we'll deliver the trinkets. We have them. But we do not want them in our boat. We very much do not want them in our boat. We can use our event for this, which I shall for the moment. Assist with festival preparations. The assistance of an experienced captain and crew will hardly be turned down. Quiet murmurs of appreciation. The traders of the Nativity have little practice showing appreciation, but at least put in an effort. In particular, they not entirely accidentally let slip the secret of the Court of Grace, a hospitality granted visitors by the generous neighbors of whom they will speak no ill. They do, however, hint that this only applies to travelers arriving through the ports. Those unlucky enough to run aground on the rocks can consider themselves... But no, a sorrow spider might hear something they would, of course, never say. We are now a stranger to spiders. 10 fragments. In this event, you can meet with an emissary of spiders. We don't want to. In the slightest bit, way, shape, or form. Nope, nope. Alright, let us get away from this hellhole. We know what supplies we would need. It is, unfortunately, quite a bit more than I thought. In that, I thought we would have been buying them with money. We are instead buying them with that. Can we get away from this thing? Hopefully. But let us go north, because we did pass by a place that would be useful for us to hit up, huh? This first time round. Because that'll unlock additional stuff for us. And additional stuff is indeed good. Up we go. We are safe from the crab. We do not want to go further east yet. And around we go. Because there should be somewhere new for us around here. Should be. Eventually. Once we find out wherever the bugger it is. Hello, Savage Lorn Fluke. I do not want you at this current moment. Hello, goodbye. I'm pretty sure there are easier. That is one source of Fluke core out. But that's the sort of shenanigans Lorn Fluke can do. That is the source of a Fluke core, however. That, however, is also the deadliest fashion of Fluke. The Savage Lord Fluke. Stop it! Stop plinking me for 2 damage. Okay. Okay. Here we are. A little bit scarred, luckily not too much, because we didn't let it ram us. That's when they deal a lot of their damage. We on a higher engine. But here we are. At the Empire of Hands. A stern reminder from the Admiralty. In the name and by the power of Her Enduring Majesty, a trade embargo and quarantine in absolute perpetuity has hereby been declared on the Empire of Hands. 1. No ship of London is to permit aboard a Pentecost ape without express and prior permission of the Admiralty. 2. Any and all acts of spearfishing are prohibited. 3. They know what they did. Beware of stowaways. Keep a tight grip on your soul. Excerpt from Standard Naval Regulations, Volume 4. The flea-ridden mare. With the regulations in mind, it is a surprise to be greeted by a mere itchy monkey in a tattered yellow robe, barely walking with the help of a ceremonial staff. An official greeting. "Hello," cries the mayor, in the broken voice of one not yet used to human speech. "Come, make selves at home. All souls welcome in bountiful Empire of Hands." The crew shifts uncomfortably. They know the stories. It will take more than the natural beauty of this place to make most of them risk shore leave here. Occurrence. Monkey business is now won. You have found adventure in the Empire of Hands. And thus we go to Port Stanton. Soul-hungry monkeys reluctantly tend this trading post, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Bloated fleas hop from ape to man, and man to ape, gorging themselves without care for which is which. So it says soul hungry. They are soul hungry. Monkeys practice what is called spearfishing, as it's noted that is prohibited, and that is the taking of a soul from a body. You're not dead if you lose your soul. You are, however, a bit different if you lose your soul. The monkeys want those souls to effectively elevate themselves. The other folks that want souls are the devils from hell. They want them for a bit different reasons. They don't really need to elevate themselves. They are devils, after all. Shore leave. We do not want to do shore leave. The parasitic jungle holds many dangers. Step carefully. There's no authority beyond the fence. There is an audience with the flea-ridden mayor. He is not busy. No appointments are required. Might as well check in. King of an empty castle. The flea-ridden mayor scratches himself on a chair made of crates, surrounded by boxes of lawn-rotten trade goods. As a 5-souled ape, he would be able to petition for membership, of course. For now, the trade embargo has left him trapped on the outside. A 3-souled overseer with no talent for order. You could sell your soul to the mayor. Not recommended. 200 echoes for your soul. He doesn't have much to offer, but if you aren't using it... No, we are not selling our soul. You can also acquire supplies for 20 echoes a pop. Can also get fuel for 40 echoes. That's hefty. Not cheap, not free. Can be arranged. Not a monkey, okay. Put on table. Lock on docks, yes? We will excuse ourselves. The mayor returns to pretending to work. Outside, a crowd of monkeys that has absolutely not been listening in scampers away. There's shore leave. There's some things we want to do elsewhere. There is the Zeppelin. They will not let us at the Zeppelin, but intense work is underway across the bridge. The monkeys are up to something. We can look. Turned away. 2 monkey guards wielding rifles and rusty bayonets block the bridge. This is not for your eyes, outsider. Avert them. Walk away. Walk faster. Good human. We also have one of the things one of our undersea deals now that we can do. A weak call for help. An emaciated man is slumped against a wall of the docks, sitting on a huge crate. He waves weakly at you. Oh, thank God, the dogged apprentice gasped. I don't know how long I've been here. It's been days, weeks since I ran out of money. I've got to get back to Rosegate beneath the waves. His crate rumbles beneath him. Please help me. If you had anything I could eat. You'll help him to get to Rosegate, but that's it. He can come on board, but your supplies are reserved for your crew. Or we can use up a supply. You'll not only take him to Rosegate, you'll feed him too. He's clearly weak with hunger. You can spare a little sustenance. We'll be nice. Because we are nice. Thank you. Thank you. The dogged apprentice springs up to embrace you, but collapses onto the dock. After seeing him to a bunk, you check, and double-check that your crew has securely stored away his rumbling crate. So, we have that. However, something we can do, and that we should while we are here for the first time, is sailing the Empire of Hands. Communal wooden boats offer free passage to all travelers willing to row between islands. There's a scouting trip, Sovereign Island. A wood palace stretches across the whole island. Passage to it lit by a field of tiny glim buoys. The heart of the Empire. Many boats circle the island, all keeping their distance. The one that gets closest is an extended rowboat painted in yellows, whites, and reds. 4 servant monkeys strain at the oars, while its true passenger sits in comfort behind a gauze curtain. Just for a moment, an eye catches yours, but only for a moment. It would not do for a high-souled ape to see something so beneath its notice. Sovereign Island. Today, the sprawling palace is called the Wild Court. Tomorrow, who knows? The world of the Pentecost apes is one of cruel whimsy, where stolen traditions last only as long as their amusement. There is gain access to the court. We cannot do that at the moment. The gates are guarded by 2 armored monkeys that would look adorable if not for the blood on their bayonets. Humans are not welcome without an invitation or a worthy gift for the Emperor. So, we are back to the boat. There's more sailing to be done today. The guards stare as you are away. It will take some effort to ingratiate yourself here. Perhaps if you could find something on one of the other islands. There are indeed other islands. Haunted. A scouting trip. Fountainhead Island. Ancient secrets speak out of the trees. Any may visit, but few Penties ever bother to make the pilgrimage. A young, ancient empire. The Empire of Hands is hardly as old as they pretend, but mimicry and theft infuses their whole culture. If the Penties have come to think that rulers should be buried in ancient temples, then it is ancient temples they will build. It would hardly be the first time their attempts to mirror humanity have entirely missed the point. Swiftly growing vegetation keeps a thick forest wrapped around variably ancient ruins. Even the yet-to-be-plundered ones are heavily scarred with crowbar marks. A temple in the forest. In a clearing of parasynthetic trees looms an imposing structure of wood and stone. The vault of the first emperor. It stretches through the forest in a number of styles, each designed by the whims of the latest Pentecost apes, who felt it needed to be made grander. It would take a dedicated team to break in and uncover its secrets. Perhaps you will bring one here later. Hint, hint. There's a treasure hunt. We do not have the things for it. And return to the boat. It'll take a better-equipped expedition to uncover the island's secrets and treasures. An investigation for another day. Perhaps there's someone in Fallen London who might be able to help you get to the treasures of this island. We shall continue exploring the others. A scouting trip. Heartsake Island. A thin pillar of greasy yet appetizing smoke rises from the only human settlement in the Empire. The Blumenbach Quarantine. The Admiralty has never stated precisely why it seeks to keep the Empire confined, though most opposition to it fades once said opposers actually encounter a Pentecost ape. They have been easy to corral, however. Though they do not lack wit, there is not an inventive bone in their hairy bodies, and no amount of stolen humanity has taught them the art of creating engines. The Lost Treasure Hunter. He squints at a map, muttering incoherently. North for each city the bats have brought down. He wipes his brow. Have you seen a big X on the ground by any chance? I got these 4 map pieces that got me this far and said X would mark the spot. But I can't find an X anywhere. He looks at the map sadly. It should be here, it says. Now where am I supposed to dig? He is too busy to talk right now, but adds that he will be in the village later if you want to trade adventuring supplies. Don't try the meatballs, he warns, getting back to his search. You just don't want to do that. Oh, we will approach the village and see why. Approach the village. Greasy smoke and guiltily tempting auras rise from a collection of huts around a long-beached pirate ship and a field of pointedly impaled monkeys. An explosion almost takes off your head. Sorry about that, booms the boisterous pirate, lowering a smoking blunderbuss as bits of shattered tree rain down. New arrival, are we? Well, if you haven't got a tail, you're all right by me. He squints, momentarily suspicious. You don't have a tail, do you? Wouldn't put it past the thieving little buggers to go shaving one of their own. Wouldn't know fair play if it kicked them right up the arse. His voice is louder than his blunderbuss. The congealed meat juices in his thick beard are better not considered. Heartsake Village. It was not madness that drove these pirates to cannibalism, but years of being shipwrecked without the comfort of meat. After a while, any meat would do. And that's why you don't want to try the meatballs, because they're made of lawn pork. Return to the boat. They seem a friendly sort, and are shocked at the idea that they would ever be such poor hosts as to eat a guest. But then, they have no shortage of supplies. Back to Port Stanton. The sea is quiet. The journey is pleasantly uneventful. You've not been eaten by cannibal pirates. All things considered, a successful trip. Successful indeed. Now, the final one, a scouting trip. The Ashe Isthmus. Neither man nor ape claims this volcanic remnant between islands. Haunted, they say. Ridiculous. Of apes and monkeys. The trip offers a little time to think on the penties. Technically, they are monkeys rather than apes, but it is not tactful to remind them of this. To their high-souled faces, the accepted name is Pentecost Apes. In private, though, the bearded monkeys, it is bloody, for some reason they censor bloody, the bloody monkeys is about as common. It is, one might say, an ad hominoid insult. Ad hominoid insult, rather. Play on words there. Thanks, game. Black beaches give way to an oasis of gently glowing trees and the scent of rotting flowers. Enter the forest. Bare synthetic vegetation thrives in the Empire of Hand's fertile soil and cool humidity. Into the woods. Wide, natural paths run between clumps of trees, softly lit by a dim green glow and the occasional glimmer of false stars through the canopy. Only the cracking of leaves and the soothing sounds of water break the serenity of this volcano-forged paradise. Given some options here, in contrast to the other ones. We can hunt for supplies. That's a very high check. Not many of the plants and berries here are familiar, but some of them at least look similar to ones that were being eaten back in Port Stanton. Not gonna do that. Relax in a hot spring. Steam and hint of sulfur gently rise from a secluded natural pool flanked by trees and mushrooms. Walked with explored, no more than one. More than one, you have one. Nothing here that will concern Lamry. We will do this, because this leads to an interesting thing. A moment for yourself. You slip out of your itchy clothes and into the welcoming caress of hot, deep water. The salts and sweats of Zalian life melt away as you simply float, bare and free. Above, false stars glimmer bright enough to be worth wishing on. All around, the glow of the trees casts ambient calm on this silent peace. How long has it been since you had a moment like this? Since London? Longer? You've lost 5 terror. And my explored is now 2. We have some options here. We could do a thought for your lover. What is the likely lass doing right now? Are you on her mind like she is on yours? A thought for your child. One day, will you bring them here, to this place? Or will it be you hearing tales of adventure in impossible lands? A thought for the past. Z-captains are born and Z-captains are raised. You think back on the day you learned it was your path. Thought for the future. Ambition brought you this far in your journey, and one way or another, ambition will end it. But have you changed on your journeys? Has it? A thought for the East. Few sailors are resourceful enough to get this far, where the stories end and the myths begin. A thought for the Z. As mysterious and deadly as the first day you set sail on her, she remains your mistress and your kingdom. No thoughts. Not right now. Let this moment be yours and yours alone, not wasted on worldly concerns. We're just gonna do this one, because I'm a sap. Oh, those nights in Wolfstack docks. The noise, the passion, the delightful filth. The hot water hugs you tight as you remember her touch. Your last words before departing. That half smile, almost but not quite blossoming into Completeness. How long will it be before you feel the touch of skin on skin once again, or wake to see her sleeping brow, always so furrowed, as soft and calm as the sea itself? Wait, what was that? Sounded like giggling? Caught. A tiny blonde girl perches, watching on a rock. Her innocent grin is spiced with mischievous glee. She moves like a monkey, but she giggles like an imp at the look on your face at being caught bathing in her hot spring, and the one that floods onto it as she scoops up your clothes. A monkey foundling, shipwrecked as a baby, raised by the empire of hands, she now plays between the worlds of apes and men, neither quite one nor entirely of the other. And that she put those down at once. At once, you shout, or there will be trouble. A desperate swim. Curse these relaxed limbs. The monkey foundling makes things interesting. She waits, grinning innocently, until you emerge from the hot spring with nothing but your strategically placed hands for modesty. Before you get close enough, though, she bolts from her crouched position and into the forest on all fours, a scampering run that turns every rock and fallen tree into a springboard. Chase the monkey foundling? Damn it, you cannot return to the crew like this. Fire upon them, let them stare. Let their tongues volunteer for a whipping. We're gonna chase after her. Those are our clothes, after all. Into the forest. The branches scrape against your skin. The damp mud squidges between your toes. There is no sign of the monkey foundling, but her tracks are easily followed. You'll note this entire thing is called The Quest for Dignity. You can always abort. Let the crew do their worst. You're done here. Enough of this nonsense, but a forest clearing. The footprints lead here. She has not even attempted to hide them. It is as if she wants you to follow. Ouch! Your hands, it slaps to your stinging buttock. The little stone lands in the dirt. Pardon me. The little stone lands in the dirt as a familiar giggle comes from above. You look to see the monkey foundling dangling upside down from a branch by her legs, a blowpipe in hand, and bag just out of your reach. Tantalizingly so. Taking a deep breath, you politely, very politely, request that she return your damned clothes now. The monkey foundling listens and gives some thought, tapping her blowpipe against her lips as she decides. Say please, she grins. Please, there, it is said. The monkey foundling thinks for a moment. Pretty please? There's this option, which you're not going to do because that's just rude. You could throw a rock at the little wench. She's playing with you. You're not playing with her. No. Pretty please, with an imaginary cherry on top, if she likes. The monkey foundling has never heard of cherries. Pretty please, she adds, stifling a giggle. Pretty please? Damn it, it is freezing. How much longer? The monkey foundling is poker-faced. Pretty please? Pretty please. Your anguished plea echoes through the trees. A gift from the monkey foundling. You appear to have pretty pleased her, and she decides you deserve a reward. She fishes her she fishes in her bag and generously throws you a sock. A single, solitary sock. She learns a few new swear words as she races off across the branches, near doubled up with laughter. Now we have some real tough checks. Pursue the monkey foundling. She moves effortlessly through the branches above. Failed, not surprised there. Your feet just recognize the looped rope in time to jump over, avoiding what would have otherwise been a nasty trip into the air. The monkey foundling looks disappointed. Your heart does not bleed for her. I missed on a failed? Okay. The chase continues. The monkey foundling sights down a vine in front of you. She sticks out her tongue and scampers through a break in the trees. A marsh of terrible stench. It is a place that skunks would think twice of entering if the Empire of Hands had such creatures. The monkey foundling, of course, is unconcerned, as much at home here as high in the branches or running the forest paths. She almost dances effortlessly across a thin fallen tree that crosses the mire, surrounded by the foulest, bubbling mud that has ever invaded your nostrils. She balances in the middle, daring you to try to follow. Got options. If she wants to play, you'll play. Though the crossing is treacherous, particularly when one's hands are torn between modesty and balance, that's a fails check. We happen to have enough iron to do something, though. Give her a taste of her own medicine. Pranks? You'll show her how they're done. You kick the tree as hard as you can. The monkey foundling's eyes wide in surprise as her balance slips. She fights to recover, but her bare feet slip on the chunk and she falls with a cut-off scream as she disappears into the foul marsh slime. For a moment, there's only silence and a few fading ripples, but then she explodes out, first gasping for air, and then laughing and laughing as she splashes to shore in a noxious splatter of brown and green. She turns and salutes you, the white teeth shining under all the muck. This time she beckons before she scampers into the woods, leaving a stinky trail in her wake. Whatever game this was, you suspect you just won it. You couldn't try to cross it. Pretty much the outcomes of crossing are either you succeed and carefully manage your way over, or you yourself are the one dumped into this stinky muck of muckiness. I didn't need to make a check. I just had to have enough iron. A small hut in the middle of the forest. Is this where the monkey foundling lives? Why would she lead you here, of all places? Playmate of the monkey foundling. The monkey foundling herself is nowhere to be seen, but she has left you something. It sits outside the hut, carefully placed by a large, happy face drawn in the black sand. A little prize for being such a good sport. Your clothes, however, are nowhere to be seen. Of course. As the monkey part of her would no doubt demand, where would the fun be in that? Our currents is now... Your Empire's of Hands, quest for dignity quality is now 55. This never happened. But I've gained another outlandish artifact. That was the gift she left behind. In contrast to our clothes. Returned to the ship. Well, there's no avoiding this any longer. An out-of-uniform experience. The crew reacts with the expected amount of sympathy to your naked return, which is to say, exactly none. By the time you board the ship, every last crew member is on hand to see and cheer, with more than a couple letting off flares as impromptu fireworks. It is many, many days before the needling ceases, and you are able to give an order without first scouring it for innuendo, rather. On the plus side, it does boost at least the rest of the ship's mood while it lasts, and you have a new treasure for your collection. You've had worse days. We have lost 10 terror, and also we have lost all our dignity. There is none remaining. It is not a stat it'll show us, but it is, in fact, this. And this is what you get for first exploring through the place. Explorations complete. Perhaps you could use the information you've gleaned. Prepare a comprehensive port report. Few have reason to brave the waters this far east, especially with the trade embargo. The Admiralty will pay especially well for up-to-date intelligence. The islands of the Empire. All of them warrant further attention. For now, though, it would be best to see if your initial discoveries can whet the interest of anyone back home. Hint, you can't do anything more here until you have turned this in. A comprehensive port report, Empire fans. There's much still to discover here, but this will suffice for now. And 100 fragments. You know, if we're to do it again, look for rowboats, they all appear to be in use at the moment. You make a note to return later. Until then, business awaits elsewhere. If only the monkeys had proper ships, their islands would have proper docks capable of handling yours. Oh well. You will need the help of someone from London to continue exploring the Empire of Hands. Check your lodgings after submitting your port report. So, that's all you can do here, for now. But that is fine, because that is a good amount of progress for such. And you get rewarded well. So, some recompense for being up here. There's one other thing I want to start while I'm up here, though, which means ducking up here and back to the Chelenate. Actually, I guess there's two things. I guess I could try for that boat. Might just, in fact. Like, remember, there was, in fact... Oh, look, there's Ash's Isthmus, where we lost all our dignity. Oh yeah, we shall go up to the Chelenate. There is a couple things I want to do here, especially now that we have this submarine unlocked. And we also... Well, we can also potentially take on a certain boat. I haven't been battling a lot, I've usually been skirting around things here, but maybe, just maybe, we can actually handle this now, with what we have going for us. I do believe we can, as long as we stick to its backside. Aha! There it is. There it is. Is the backside, it's kind of the side. It's weird. I think it can actually shoot behind us, but it is not a small ship. But we do have firepower, and our attempts to be clever. No guarantee on that front. But as you'll notice, yeah, it can shoot behind us. I'm hoping that we can, for the most part, outgun it. We will definitely suffer some damage, without a doubt. Now, I'm taking the risk. It is a very risky risk I'm taking. Okay. It's interesting. Never had it bashed up against here. But here we go. Yeah, we have it bashed up against here. Boom. Alright. We outpowered it. This is good. The Eater of Names is destroyed. The worms are screaming. The boat is shattered. Wild-eyed Chelenate zealots leap into the sea. None of them try to swim. As far as you can tell, they're diving straight down, with no intention of coming back up. You can either seize its cargo. Leader of Names has long plundered unwise strangers in the name of death and the Great Shell. Perhaps they've kept something of use. Or, and what we're doing, because it'll give us better rewards at this point, seize its figurehead. The color is Gant, that color which remains when all else has been consumed. We want this. We want this figurehead. For Vanderbite, a grisly relic. They must have taken this from the Z near the Gant pool, the place that draws dying monsters. The memories of slow, deep death adhere to it like rags of skin to bone. Perhaps you'll find a use for it. Tail Terror, 5 Terror, 10 Fragments. Figurehead of the Eater of Names. The figurehead of the Eater of Names. This weird skull once adorned the worm-drawn priest barge of the Shellinate. Alright. There's my risky thing for the moment. As you can see, we were still taking a lot of damage, but as long as we were above our threshold and kind of stuck to its side, well, it turned out for the better. Thankfully. We shall be greatly rewarded for the effort, while still being at a safe enough margin. Oh, excuse me for that. Alright, we can duck here. We're a little bit lower on supply stuff than I'd like to be. But I will try what I can. Agree to a proud request. Seeing your ship, a hunter strides up to you. For the pride of her family and yours, she demands passage to the undersea spire of Scrimshander. A deal is struck. Few return from Scrimshander, not because of the danger, but because of the cost of leaving. Still, your guest promises compensation to cover the trip, and your safe departure afterwards. How generous. The truth-hunting Shellinate boards your ship, where she eagerly scans the waves for Scrimshander. An aging hunter born for Scrimshander, searching for the great tales of her ancestors. So, we can start picking these up now. They thankfully do not cost toll. And port report. Boop. Alright, now you'll notice they did mention the Gant pool and getting meat. Well, this is one of the things that shall take us to the Gant pool. Which is conveniently very much not that far away. It's right here. Actually gonna try to conserve fuel a little bit with the light. Am I doing this? Gant pool, where the Z goes to die. The submarine surfaces in a pocket of air in the middle of the giant stone heart. You're not the only new arrival. A midnight whale lies mortally wounded on a small beach of bone and blubber, moaning softly. An elderly woman in ragged red robes is carving its flesh, attended by a few disciples. Approach the woman in red. Her hands move with expert, if incomprehensible, precision. A demonstration of Harophacy, the art of divination through entrails. Not the most pleasant or reliable way of seeing the future, especially with the organs in question still warm and oozing as she plucks them from the great beast. Whatever she is looking for, the focus it demands exhausts her. A sudden sound, rumbling from the tunnels, the ventricles, the sound of a stampede, a cry of "Protect the mistress," as a flood of naked old men and women wielding primitive bone harpoons, charges towards the whale. Old sailors fixated on one goal: feast on the sea flesh, whether the Harufsex is finished or not. The Harufsex fades a little more. The flesh reveals all. Gample, portents of the deep, the Harusfex, it draws them from the viscera of the nearly dead. The oh, wait, no. There's 3 things you can do. Defend the fading Harusfex. These sailors look old enough to collapse at a slight breeze. Join the attack. The sailors have to stick together. Stay out of it. A fight over whale blubber? Not your business. We want to defend her. It's only the proper thing to do. A rancid rout. You stride into the melee. The Harusfex and her disciples are outnumbered, but your contribution to the fray is worth at least 10 of the elderly attackers. Their harpoons barely leave a scratch. Wrenching one from the nearest attacker, you easily hold the geriatric horde back with little but pointed gestures. The Harusfex returns to her work. From the corner of your eye, you see a little of the method behind it. Just a little, but enough to see the trace of a pattern in the grooves of a small ivory slate. They were 7, and they shall be 7 again. Their names may change, but the number remains. She frowns, unsatisfied. The whale moans its last as she finishes up. Her work done, she thanks you with a nod, and her people allow the old sailors to approach the slowly cooling carcass. Hunt phthalates, biomustaches, beloveds, or triskagellants to bring more beasts to the Gantpool. You are learning the ways of Haruspicy. Secrets are buried in flesh and bone. Speak with the fading Harusfex. She sits in a ghoulish tent made of the my eyes cross out there a moment. The Gantpool. The leathery carcass of hollowed-out beasts line the veracicles of this stone heart. Ancient blubber bubbles up around paths of bone and hide that squelch with every step. A distant drip carves in eternity into hours. Speak with the fading Harusfex. She sits in a ghoulish tent made of the bone and hide of long-dead beasts, saving her energy for the next great behemoth to reach its grisly end. She sits with her eyes closed. A pair of disciples are wielding damp sponges, doing their best to moisten her cracked, bone-dry skin. Her fingernails have not been cut in decades. They rattle as she beckons you forward. Ask about the art of Haruspicy. What does she see in the bodies of the dead? The nearly dead, she corrects. There is nothing to be predicted from meat but the quality of one's dinner. A wheezing laugh escapes her lungs. In Babylon, the quivering livers of 100 sheep showed us the fate of the first. In Rome, Caesar only asked the right question. It is the life that leads to answers, not the meats. Down here, centuries of a life, so many secrets. But the great beasts of the sea pass on so rarely. I cannot hold on much longer in the hope of finding what I seek. As I said before, hunt those specific things, most of them underwater. Think behead mustaches we've seen on the surface, however. Bring more things to the Gantpool. Bring recent news to the fading Harusfex. It may add context to her divinations. This will boost your apprenticeship to a maximum of 3. We have 1. Might as well. Tools of the trade. She listens intently to the latest gossip and scandal. How I miss them. Thank you. That makes many things clearer. And other things so much more confused. Let me show you some of my art. I suspect it will have the same effect. We have learned our ways. We have advanced our apprenticeship, basically. And we can ask some questions. Ask about her. How long has she been down here? The passage of time. 10 years? 100 years? 1,000? It is all the same after a while. The flesh keeps the body together. The mind, well, that is a trickier matter. I have coped. Others have not. You have seen them. The oldest of the sailors, with no warm bed and loving family calling them to shore. They are as much creatures of the sea as any that swim in it. The heart welcomes them, and they embrace it. It is their fate. I see a far more important one in your future. Assuming I don't die horribly. Ask about previous visitors. Who else has ventured down here in search of her wisdom? The tales of the Presbyterian princess. It has been so long. The last two came here without being drawn long ago. Time enough that these nails were short and this face still held some beauty. Oh, spare me the sympathetic murmurings. I see the present better than the future, like any other. But where was I? Yes, the Presbyterian princess was the last to find me. She came from the city on the mountain to ask the fate of an uprising. Not that of the 7 who fell, but the 7 who follow. Would the pain be worth it, she asked. That part I could not answer. There's another one there, but we cannot do it, because we don't have high enough in there. So we can increase it by sending more things her way, or recent news at least up to 3. She nods gratefully. You take your leave. She slips into a silent torpor. So we've done that. We want to compile a port report. The Admiralty is unlikely to take it seriously. The Gantt poll. That favored hazing method of many a veteran sailor, saved for particularly wet-behind-the-ears recruits. Ask your captain to deliver this to the Gantt pool. Go to the Gantt pool and find my pocket watch. Tell the crew tonight we dine at the Gantt pool. A hilarious jape, when not standing in the blasted place and hoping someone will pay for recent news from it. Have one of this. A port report, the Gantt pool. The forgotten depths where the elder beasts of the sea go to die. We can also, because we have the trade, cut some flesh for the Chelenate. The carcass of the last beast to expire in this place still has plenty of meat hanging from its bones. We shall. Pickled and pungent. Your crew would face starvation 100 times before adding this still quivering mass of gluttonous blubber to the supplies. To the Chelenate, however, it probably counts as hot cuisine. We now have Gampool, a barrel of rancid flesh. Only the Chelenate could find this appetizing. It is. Doesn't even sit in our hold, it sits in our curiosities. That is fine. We shall deliver it. And turn off our light. Although I'm curious what's over here. Hello, what are you? It is, I don't know what the irrepressible is, but I'm leaving. Goodbye. Yes, you can miss me all you want. I'm leaving. I do not know what that is. It is an enemy, however, and thus we shall leave. Goodbye. I want nothing to do with thee. Good day. Oh, wait. The haunted doctor shrieks from a sorrow spider. How did the horrible creature get aboard the ship? Call a sailor to take care of the nasty thing. Captain has more important matters. Or smash the sorrow spider with a flung boot. How did that horrible creature get aboard the ship? Note. Eyeball. Sorrow spider. Fuck these things. I am killing the bastard, and then, yeah. A relief! The haunted doctor breathes easier. He rummages for a hidden bottle, drinks deep. I apologize, citizen. It is not that I am a cowardly man, merely... he sighs. I was not Neathborn. When I ventured here, I knew nothing of claymen. I had hardly imagined I may one day share a hansom cab with a charismatic devil. I had never even heard tell of the sorrow spiders, whose web catch men's minds as easily as their bodies. Have you visited the observatory where they nest? I suspect not. His hand trembles. It was a full year I found myself there, with the lady. She wrapped me in silk, and her children kept me warm. She gave me her sight, and all she asked in return was my eye. It was a dream I cannot call a nightmare, yet one I woke from with shivers and a revelation. If it is in light that such sorrow breeds, only in darkness could there be hope. In the liberation of night, I believed I saw hope for us all. I was misguided, but that story you know. Please, I would return to my duty. Has unburdened himself, you have an inkling of what haunts him. Lost a terror. And we have killed a spider that was on our ship. Good. Good on that. I wonder if there's anything else to talk to him about. There he is. Ah, a request from the haunted doctor. He asks it quietly, almost with embarrassment, as he sutures a crewman's wounds. A visit to Khan's shadow? Our recent conversations have left me nostalgic, the haunted doctor admits. His voice shakes slightly, though his fingers do not. Should a suitable opportunity arise, I would remind myself that there are still those who dare to dream of a better world. It's been too long since I warmed my hands on such passion. He sniffs the thread. His work is, as ever, immaculate. So he wants to go to Khan's shadow. Supply the redolent flesh merchant. It's only one barrel, but it's a very large barrel. Delicious. The redolent flesh merchant dips a finger into the quivering blubber and tastes it with shivering enjoyment. He pays you and gets to work selling it by the cupful. When it's meat that you're selling by cupful, worry. You worry about that, yes indeed. Where is it? It is impossible to tell if the Chelenate prefer to their customary diet of rancid turtle meat, but it is at least a different flavor of terrible. His customers are still licking their lips when the barrel is strained to the last oily drop, huh? Look at this, they're still requesting it. This is one of those limited trades, but it is indeed a trade we can do. And hopefully not stretching our supplies too much. I'm gonna see if I can grab another barrel of it. Beep, boop, beep, boop, and back under the sea we go. And, hopefully not find that submarine, whatever that submarine was. If I was at full health, I would actually be tempted to fight it, but I'm not. I've fought that other ship. Seek the fading, cut off some flesh. More flesh. Do we still have this tool? How to use your submarine. How does it work? This tutorial branch will tell you how to make the most of your submarine. Once you've sailed away from a port, pressing the T key will allow you to dive or resurface. The transition will take a few seconds. Once underwater, your navigation bat will be replaced by a sonar system, because bats can't sit and can't do stuff underwater. Obviously, it's a bat. This will give you hints of what's in the darkness around you. Pressing the Z key will toggle it on and off. You have a limited supply of oxygen while submerged. It will deplete while you travel underwater. If it hits 0, you will die, and your game will end. Don't let it hit 0. We understand. We've no need for the help, huh? You are a master of your destiny. You need no advice. We are knowledgeable about submarines. Need nothing explained on submarines. You are an expert. Or at least we know what we're doing, for the most part. Oh, there's something over there. It's probably that thing again. Our supplies are low. We are likely to be taking a detour to Estival, because that way we'll get a lot of supplies. Go to Estival, and then we can duck straight across to Khan's Shadow. I believe that's... I'm gonna turn off our light again. I believe that's how we shall approach this. Yeah, that is definitely our plan. Supply the flesh merchant. Delicious. Once again, something to eat by bit. We can still supply more, so we shall. I mean, there's literally no reason to just supply as much as you can while you're here. It will stop eventually, but in the meantime, it's definitely very profitable for such a short jaunt between Shellonate and Gantpool. It is very profitable for the little bit that it lasts. It is but a little bit, but it is enough for me. To the Gantpool once again. Cut off some more flesh. And then off we go again. My sonar medicine, it once again is off to the side of evil. Evil and horrors. Turn off our light. Proceed back to here. It's probably a little bit boring to watch, but it is, in fact, worthwhile to pursue it like this. Echoes are echoes, for as long as they last. Supply them. More meat. The word has spread. A queue is already waiting. Well then, we best provide them with some more. I think that's kind of the hint that it's sort of approaching toward then. Notice the hunger still goes up, even as we're transitioning between phases. We have a little bit more flex room with supplies than we do there, because even if we run out, it'll still keep building up. However, once it hits that point, that's when trouble starts. We do not want to let trouble start. Cut some more flesh. Delicious. Not. There's that over there still. It is fine. It can sit there. We have no need to turn off my light in time that time. I was just like sitting on it. Sitting on it. Waiting. Back to Scavelport. Not a queue. A mob. There's the one, shouts one of its members. It's Gantpool meat. We'll all be cursed. The redolent flesh merchant turns to you, smile not quite as trippy. We'd better run, he whispers. Such superfish. You escape while he is trying to choke the word out. Your last sight of him is the mob hurling him from the edge of the shell into the rancid waters below. So much for this trade route. At least he paid in advance. So, another 2,000 echoes. The redolent flesh merchant is out of business. With the right spices, hungry people will eat anything. No longer have the barrel. And thus, that trade route is gone. But it was... well, it was very profitable for how long it lasted. It's nice in that accord, at least. You just kind of bounce back and forth between there for a little bit. Gain a good chunk of money. I think. How many times did we do that? That's maybe like 5-ish times, so maybe like 1,000, maybe 800. Maybe it was 4 times. I think it might have been more around 4 times, yeah. But nevertheless, profitable for just such a short bounce back and forth. You take what you are given, and it slightly makes up for the fact that I couldn't actually buy what I wanted to buy there. That was unfortunate. Alright. It might make up for we might have to end up buying slightly more expensive supplies. I mean fuel. We are gonna try to remedy our supply thing here at Estival. If it costs us a crew member, so be it. That is acceptable. We have the margin at the moment. We do not fight the crab. You can stay right there, Krabby Crab. Ah, Estival music. So, such bright music for a bright place. Ah, we have our restless nights. We ignore them. They'll lose the terror. We shall compile a port report. It is bright. We shall gather supplies. We did not lose a crew member. That makes us even better. Exotic delights, breadfruit, sugarcane, coconut, soft-shelled crabs, and plump birds. Too stupid to know a hungry sailor from a tree. Estival is ripe with treasures unknown beneath. Fill your hole. Got 8 supplies out of that. And now we take the direct route to Khan's Shadow. We'll discover something in this void that we have right here. We shall see. Hopefully not stuff trying to kill us. There will probably be things trying to kill us. Yep. I'm expecting it. Always expect as much, Ed Z. For the neath is very deadly. Ooh. Nurnico. Nuncio. Aha, it is a new place. So this is where this is. See, it's not lower on the board this time. Usually I have this more south, but here is acceptable. You may ask, what is this place? Well, you're about to find out. Master's Haven. Slight bump on the dock, don't worry about it. Nuncio, rather. Do not return, sender. Taciturn functionaries walk the docks in the uniforms of postmen. An enormous crowned statue casts a chilling shadow. The shadows gleam with rats' eyes. Their ceaseless chattering rolls like the tide. Explore along the beach, or go to the Postman's Tavern. Well, no reason not to explore along the beach. Shifty going. The rocks slip and slither underfoot, but you keep your balance. Nunico Beach. Every lap of the wave drags up some new letter or parcel. The face of the water is dotted with them, as far as you can see in this blackness, carried by a powerful current. Argue with the man holding a broom. He is determined. He keeps shoveling letters into the sea keeps shoving them back. Assist the man holding a broom. Both of you together won't achieve anything, but maybe he'd feel better. Rescue a parcel that won't stop meowing. Extraordinary. There aren't even any air holes. I'm not sure what that is. For better or worse, I'm going to do it. Ah. Excellent. Ow! The parcel's contents are not at all pleased to make your acquaintance. A yellow glare, a flash of claws, a distinctive odor. Then the horrible animal is out of sight. You'd like to believe it will come to regret mauling you, but alas, It's like they regard this rat-infested island as a paradise. Your left cheek will never be quite the same. You gain 5 terror. Yay. Well, it's just a man holding a broom. Surprisingly soothing. Ah, excellent. We lost the terror we just gained. Surprisingly soothing. In the long term, what you are doing won't make the slightest bit of difference. Every sodden bit of paper you fling out to sea will come back in a few hours. But for now, you manage to clear a little patch of shore, a few feet on each side. The stones are bare, as they should be. Your companion turns his head towards the sound of your work and gives you a little nod. An occurrence your Nunico learned in Postal Secrets quality is now 1. Aware of floatism and jetsam. You now have 1, a newcomer. Nunico, cultivating friendships with postmen. And lost 5 tau. Lost 5 of those. Study the odd currents here. The water that brings floatism ashore does not follow the usual patterns. 45% chance. We'll give it a shot. We fail. Squinting and guesswork. It's no use. A few hours of exploration, of squinting out to sea and flinging shiny floats into the water, produces no better understanding than before. But, I mean, we weren't impacted by anything, so I don't know, I guess we just keep trying it. Until we do. On all sides, you make a complete circuit of the island. The whole shoreline is alike, all of it covered in debris, all of it washing steadily inland from every direction. Not the work of some directional current. It's more as though the whole undersea were draining into Nuncia. Except, of course, the force does not affect your ship when you came this way. It does not stop ships leaving. Evidently, it works only on the post. So what do we do here? Well, go to the Postman's Tavern. The Inky Blotter, it's called. The sign doesn't look like much. Warmer inside than it looks. Faces turn in your direction, but no one seems surprised to have a new arrival on the island. The Inky Blotter. Lit by 2 roaring fires, one at either end of the room. The bartender is in postman's uniform, like almost all the patrons. A noseless postal inspector called Blunt Thomas delivers the drinks, clears tables, stacks the firewood. Allow the clattery air to offer her services. She could remove the call from a postal worker. They wouldn't be a worker anymore, of course. We might as well. We can do this once. The hairless postwoman won't hear of it. But you do get 1 taker. I miss London, he says. I'm tired. The inside of my mouth tastes like stamp glue. Blunt Thomas gives you a bottle of rum and the use of the basement. No amenities, but I don't fancy cleaning the blood off a better floor. The patient takes off his uniform for the last time and lies on the cold floor. No spectators, says the clattery air harshly, and puts you out of the room. She comes out later with a scrap of skin from the patient's chest. The patient follows, whistling tune from Mahogany Hall. Now have 1 clattery souvenir. Souvenir of one of the clattery air's amputations. You now have 1 clattery treatment, Nunico. Clattery treatment, Nunico. You allowed the clattery air to make a postman no longer a postman. The thing there is, so you can only do those events once. It's fair, it makes sense. No grinding off current things. There's many options. There's a note, by the way. You don't ask everything here. Some things will reduce qualities, others will increase them. Listen in on postal tall tales. Fishermen brag about fish that got away. Postmen brag about hard deliveries. Amazing what you get for a penny stamp. Delicate bottles lower down chimneys on a rope. Do not fold under any circumstance letters curled through narrow slots. Rattling, groaning crates brought back to the same address every day for 22 days running. The windows they pried open, the servants they bribed, the delivery surcharges they paid out of their own salaries just to get rid of one more packet. It is hard to tell which they hate more, the senders of mail or the recipients. Stands to reason, if the message was a welcome one, they'd tell the other fellow in person, reflects the hairless postwoman. We're cultivating more relationships. Ask why the local currency consists of rats. 2 strings of rats for a pint of ale, 3 strings for wine, 5 for the tolerable brandy under the bar. Scarcity is not an issue. The hairless postwoman at the end of the bar smiles mirthlessly, or maybe it is just the lack of eyebrows that does it. Long enough, carrying the things around, you get into the habit, she says. Then she tells you that if you stay out late enough, you'll see some of the postmen making a procession to the center of the island, stringing up rats around the statue like Yuletide decorations, in prayer to an ancient deity of this place. From the coughing and choking elsewhere in the pub, you guess it's a story they often tell to newcomers. You could, and this is one of the things you don't ask, because, well, yeah, ask why the hairless postwoman is hairless. I could see some interest in the explosive package, maybe. You don't ask that. It'll knock things down. Ask about the big statue in the center of the island. If there were a guidebook for visitors, it would have to be the first entry. The monumental postman. Oh, that. It's all of us, isn't it? It's sort of the spirit of the island. Most of them don't seem troubled for more of an explanation than that, though the hairless postwoman tells you it didn't always look like a fallen London postman at all, that it used to have a different face and a more old-fashioned outfit. Cultivating more friendships? We can ask some other things. Ask why letters wash ashore here. Maybe one of them will know. Not sure if it'll reduce my deal, but... The pole. It's the pole, they tell you. Dead letters are like so many iron filings drawn to Nuncio. See for yourself, suggests the hairless postwoman. Go down to the shore, collect up a bunch of what's washed there, and you'll feel it soon enough. Saves time for the rest of us, says another voice. Apparently beach scavenging is a civic duty hereabouts, like working in the dead letter office. Invited to serve. Holiday, asked to borrow a uniform. No reason to do those sort of things. We're at 4. They have talked about a dead letter office, and they've also said something about, yep, collect material for the lead letter office. That's where all this floatism belongs, so it can be sorted. Will of its own. You make your way along the shore with a big sack. Many of the envelopes are too damp to read, their addresses permanently lost, but a surprising number are still legible. There are also parcels. Here and there is a crate, a message in a wine bottle, a sealed cask that has bobbed up out of a shipwreck. Your sack ought to get heavy with all these contents, but it pulls upwards and away, straining inland towards the dead letter office like an unmanageable dog. A thing has happened. We have a dead post, undeliverable envelopes. So now we can go try a shift at the dead letter office. There's a sign of a cancelled stamp over the door. Extensive tour. Blunt Thomas takes you around the office, a small collection room where those retrieving letters may state their business. A much larger set of back offices where newly arrived letters and parcels are collected and sorted. A dank, briny smell that never goes away, presumably because so many of the parcels spent time in the water before they arrived here. In the back room is a machine manned, ratted? By a postal rat, a rattus faber in a pinstriped hat. It shovels sludge-damp letters into the machine's hopper, and they come out dried, cleaned, pressed, and sorted into slots by size and quality of paper. Shift work in the dead letter office. One has various possible occupations here. None could be described as fast-paced. We can converse with the postal rat. Perhaps you'll have insights on the inhabitants of the island. We might as well. On the islanders. Do you like having sticky hands? Asked the postal rat. Most people, they have sticky hands. They can't wait to clean them, yes? For a postman, an undeliverable parcel is sticky hands. Bothers you till it's fixed. The longer you serve in the post office, the worse it feels. Delivering a letter correctly is good, so not delivering it is bad. The unclean feeling gets too strong, and they come here. Now have that up. 5 locals. Feed your undeliverable letters into the sorting machine. The gleaning hopper awaits. Unlocked with 1 dead post. Converse with the postal rat. Why doesn't it have a machine like this one back in London? Might lead to fewer dead letters in the first place. Regulations? Oh, no. That wouldn't be permitted at all. There are strict rules about the initial handling and sorting of post. An experimental machine might mangle the letters. It's only the dead material that is unimportant enough to be entrusted to a rat as Faber. His voice isn't bitter, but he twists a coil so hard that it springs sideways out of the machine and pings off your shoe. One moment. Gonna check why dogs are going bark, 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 bark. Be right back. Alright then. How about that? Let us feed your undeliverable items into this sorting machine. The gleaming hopper awaits. 52 categories. After prolonged whirring, the machine begins to distribute 7 invitations edged in gilt into the correspondence of the aristocracy slot. 2 oversized parcels, probably containing books, into the books tray. 1 stamped bronze tablet that drops with a clang into a bin marked First City. The postal rat watches all this with an air of satisfaction. Your work is now 3, experienced shift worker. And nothing else changed because we have been talking. Ask the postal rat for a key to the basement. You've worked here long enough now, and you might need one. No trouble at all. He's surprised by the request. Most postmen don't like it down there. No one ever asks for a key, but he'll cut you a new one. Just be careful in there, and come out if you start to feel wrong. Authorized for backroom access. Open the back rooms. The key is warm in your pocket. Deep and deeper. You had expected a few shelves of supplies? More files of letters, a few years older? No, it is a pit. So deep that lantern light does not show the bottom. A spiral walkway descends along its walls, and this spiral opens wider as it goes, as if you were looking through the narrow end of a very large shell. Lining the walls are shelves and nooks, unevenly sized. Some are a few inches square and contain single scrolls of papyrus. Others support crates bigger than coffins. They're made of a woody fungus, grown to meet requirements. There's no marks of carpentry or of any of the postal rat's handiwork. 3 turns down the spiral and you feel you can't breathe. Time to leave. You can come back later. Maybe. We are now basement custodian, explorer of the lower basements. We've gained terror. It is up to 40 now. Our terror's pretty high. We can tell the postal rat about your basement findings. Troubled, but not surprised. They say that's been there since before we came, before there were Londoners in the Neath. Before there was a dead letter office, there was someone else. And they built the last layer on top of what was there before, and so on. When you press him a little further, he says, I've been down there. Didn't like it much, but I wanted to test my machine. I thought if it could handle some of the very old dead letters, that would be a good sign, you know? Evidence that the machine was in working order. Good strong sorting categories and so forth. It pauses. There's letters down there that set your hair on fire if you so much as look at them. See the bald patch on my left leg? That wasn't a machine accident, oh no. That singed right off as soon as I put my nose into one of them letters. Familiar with the flaming letters? Tale of terror? An extraordinary implication. Yes, there's some options here. Descend into the basement with flame. Properly equipped. Candles for the way, and a flare for the bottom. You have to have a flare and 5 candles. Could also try descend into the basement with mirrors, arranged contraptions, divert light, illuminate what has been dark a long time. 31% chance is not very high. Although I love by the way how like to that working mirror contraptions actually uses the mirror stat. it's an amusing deal. It's like, hey, that actually kind of works. Just a bit. Just checking something really quickly. Do. Do. That, but this. Yeah, okay. Think we're a bit too low stat for this at the moment, but your shift. Return to the docks. At least I'd be willing to take the risk if our terror wasn't so high, but our terror is pretty high. Trade war stories about your shift work. You know how to fit in. Common ground. Not changing anything, but it's new dialogue. The parcels you've weighed and entered in logbooks, the things that oozed out of them. The postmen are delighted by your incredulity and shock. A civilian, finally understanding the full horror of the post. They have stories even worse than those. Let me tell you. Hang on a moment. Postmaster Scritch, we've all heard your rubbery lump story already. It's nothing to the tomb colony pickles. Pickled what is what I want to know. What about that soothing Cooper crate and how we had to scrape the bits off the masonry? Do you remember? The night runs late. We'll go back to the dock. So that was like 5 candles and a flare. We'll keep that in mind for coming back here, because that's probably going to be our guaranteed way. Assemble a port report. Most of the inhabitants were Londoners once, but that doesn't mean that they are now. Uniform behavior. Cataloging all the peculiarities of the place takes many pages. The tailor who imports gilt buttons and braid just to be able to keep everyone's uniform in condition. The fashion of wearing a post bag with nothing inside. Wearing it open, wearing it upside down, torn apart or as a hat, wearing it in any way that will show it doesn't have letters in it. Then there are the sitting rooms papered in cancelled stamps. The bergamot pomegranate curd on toast. The commerce in rat corpses. The hatred of cats. The absolute custom against ever issuing a paper invitation for any event, no matter how formal. It's the familiarity, the not quite Londonness of the place that makes it all so odd. Port report. The statue's hard to miss. Now this one's interesting in that, due to various factors and how much you're familiar with and going through things, that port report description will be different. It's kind of neat in that respect, to be honest. We are going to buy, much as I hate doing this, we are going to buy a few extra fuel. But we are definitely heading back to London at this point. After a brief stop at Khan's Shadow, we want to go there because our supplies... Well, our fuel could certainly be better. Our terror is definitely running high. Quite high. Very high. There's a mark here and it's at 50. We may well not want that. The sea is wide and dark. Notice that's kind of a descriptor of how fast your terror is going up. This is the intermedium, the kind of orange deals. We'll see is less terror here. That's green and usually ticks down on that progress bar at least. I don't think it ticks terror down, but it ticks down the progress bar. And then there's red when, like, you have your lights off or whatnot, and that's super increased terror. Alright. You do not want to tempt fate too much on the Super Terror. Alright, continue to Pond Shadow. This is good, this is good. Yeah, luckily fuel tends to be the cheaper thing to replace. Let us get in here. I don't know if we already had a report from here. We probably do. But we do have our mechanic that we can do such with. Yep. The Gathering of Anarchists. There's nothing unusual here, of course. Most nights, half the shadow hatches plots over cheap wood and old insults. But who's that officer in the crowd? Huh, switch my officer around. Interesting. The haunted, the usual, the detritus. The haunted doctor stands listening in rapt attention, his remaining eye closed. On a stage made from tables and upturned chairs, an attractive young man and woman take turns raging against injustice, and talking of the glorious days when London and the Connaught, and all others who dare to elevate themselves above others, will face their reckoning. The irony is, as ever, lost. Once the meeting ends, he hurries over to you, glowing with second-hand fervor. I have missed this, says the doctor, something strange taking over his face. If you didn't know better, you'd say it was a smile. He heads over to the young woman to try it out, renewed purpose in this stride. We no longer have the haunted doctor. We have... The haunted doctor is different. We have the determined doctor. Now he has a cause. Continue on. Notice it switched out it. And it's determined doctor right here. Could speak to. He'll bring the wine, he tells you. Do you happen to have any more of that delightful Z-trout? No matter. He is soft voiced, courteous, rarely makes eye contact, but often stares at other people's eyes from afar. It is now free to just kind of dine with him. Your sorbet slowly melts untouched. And no, they are not restless elements. He slams his hands down on the table. Do you not see, citizen? Every year, the bazaar, she devours us from within. The rich dream honey dreams. The rich dream honey dreams while the poor shovel lacquer with their bare hands in the streets, just to earn a few echoes to buy food. And above it, all the masters and the... He never does get around to answering your actual question, whether he enjoyed his main course. So, he's a bit different at the moment. Oh, we want her still because the 6 irons is, I feel, much better than the 3 pages. Boop. Still you. We need mud or salt for that. We'll keep that in mind. We can sell the figurehead of the Eater of Names here. We do not want to do that. There's much better uses for that at the time being. Oh, that's a little bit less expensive than where I was buying it. I should have bought it from here. Whoopsie. My bad. Well, we'll make up for it. The spider silk's here, so yeah, it must be at the main Connaught that sells that spider silk. Hate doing it, but that might actually wind up being the better way for the venture. Might just well be. Actually, for that, I am going to... That's going to be a resource spender. This is definitely going to be a resource spender, especially since I might have racked up my suspicion a fair bit just trying to get that initial damn report. Yeah, go figure. My foolishness is coming back to bite me later on. I'll be honest, in most of my main runs, I definitely didn't... yeah, I definitely never really played around with the cognate too much in terms of, like, trying to unlock its market or whatnot, because usually I've not needed it. This is like one of the few times where the option on the venture I've gotten has just been, well, you can get this thing from the cognate, or this thing from the cognate, slash spend an insane amount of supplies to get spider silk, which I can end up doing eventually. That is a potential, but I need a ship with a lot more cargo space. A lot more cargo space. We do not have that. For the time being. So, we shall proceed onwards. Actually, yeah, make a brief stop at Timur Island, because I can get a little bit of supplies from here. Yes, I should do that. It is, indeed, just right over here. It's not that out of the way. We'll restock at London, and then we're going up to Vanderbite. Going up to Vanderbite is where we shall get our profits. And, hello, crab. I have to wonder if I actually could tackle the western angler crab now. I'm going to be risky here. Okay, fair enough. The answer is yes. Yes, I can. Alright, good to know. Good to know. Once again, death of an angler. The shell is shattered. The glowing illicit lies silent. Options are to dissect it or butcher it. We'll butcher it for supplies and occasionally other oddities. We've gained one supply. We have also gained an unpreprocessing mass. An unpreprocessing mass, an appalling glob of organic matter and dripping fluids, retrieved from somewhere you'd rather not think about. This is a random deal. One of those, it could be a number of options. It's a toss-up. Probably something horrible inside, but possibly there is not. You can fling it overboard. You'll gain nothing, but at least you won't suffer terror attacks. Smell alone is reason enough. Suitable for smoking. You can probably preserve this to eat at your leisure. Edible, if salty. Keep it against a hungrier day. All shall be well, and all manner of thing shall be well. You've gained a supply. That's one of the safer options you can get. Just supplies. Which, nothing wrong with supplies. Supplies are good. Alright. Booty's light there. Demure Island. Hello there, Demure Island. Yep. Just ease in there. And we are here. Consider volunteer. Report. Definitely want that. If you have strange catches... Oh. Well, okay. I didn't know that was a thing. Find a spot for mushrooms. Here, it's mushrooms for every meal. A sign on the dock. Blotched by mildew promises a reward for anyone who provides an alternative. Trade 2 strange catches for a Sooth and Cooper lawn box. I'll have to keep that in mind. And also, potentially hunt some things to get such. Tea with the factor, lose some terror, gain some supplies. Burning blue, a hiss of horror from the lookout. The glim lamp at the front of the ship is sputtering, arcing, fizzing with a blue light. Even as you watch, the blue fades, but it is not a good omen. You can attempt to calm them, perfectly natural explanation, or spin them as sorry, which costs us a Z story, which we don't have many. Now, any lover knows what a blue light means. We'll attempt to calm them down. Light meets dark. The darkness underneath is nothing more than the absence of light. It's a physical presence which distorts the shape of the world. Your light melts the darkness, restores sanity to the world. You explain something of this to your sailors. It's not the first time they've heard it, but they seem slightly less nervous. Gained a fragment. We don't have people being absolutely horrified. We shall proceed to fall in London. Keeping in mind that now strange catches are something we need. And now I slightly regret using up that strange catch to get another live specimen. Just slightly. Whoops. We have some places that they want us to go. I think I kind of know where they're placed based upon icons we've already seen. But right now we definitely want to go to London. And then Vanderbite. London, then Vanderbite. Vanderbite because we have this figurehead to turn in for good old profits. London because, well, we're almost there. And can desperately do with some fuel. Just pick out aisle, we're just gonna buzz by that. Used up our recent news for her at the Gamp pool. So yeah. Oh, also we'll get some free fuel from port reports. That's a good thing too. Just straight ahead. And well, let's fight things if we might see them, but we don't seem to be seeing anything to fight things. We'll do a repair, not a favorite repair, but just the middle road repair of gain a random amount for relatively cheap. It should be fine with our current level. Except our recent news, so there's nothing to do at this lightship. That is fine. And we have no contraband to worry about, so we can just go right on in without worry. Home waters, sailors dawdle at the rail, waiting for the lights of London. Well, no worries, sailors. We are just about here. With doing a respectable amount on our supplies, because I know some ways to get supplies, and Estival's is definitely essential on that accord. Amongst the other things we did. Fuel, we're limping a little bit on the fuel. And our folks are absolutely terrified, but we're not on over 50. And that is the important matter. We are not above 50. Ah, hello there. Let them do their worst. On the deck like wolves, but they find nothing. Collect messages. Alright, so we go to London and do a new recruit. We only have a cheap sailor. We might as well get a little bit of a buffer on that. London, put the ship in for dry dock. And we want the damage and shorter money. It's worth a go. Now 180. Good. That's a fair amount. Trinkets. Just trinkets. The man waiting is not a cultist. He is just another ordinary citizen, wearing a silken blindfold. In a few years, perhaps everyone will be wearing them. Deliver the trinkets to the waiting man. Still a firmly sealed crate of what are absolutely not sorrow spider eggs. Well, that's a relief. Or maybe you just got lucky. Either way, they made it. So did you. Someone else's problem now. What was the address on the crate? Somerset College. On second thought, it hardly matters. No longer have that, and whatever potential horrors it could have caused us, we have avoided. And we gained 100 echoes for our trouble. Makes up a little bit for that. Go to the Admiral. Here's the other one. You could sell it to the Royal Navy. It's one of the less profitable ones, honestly. My god, yes. If it can do everything you claim, I can authorize a payment of, let's see, 1,000 echoes. MC looked a little disappointed, and Her Enduring Majesty's enduring gratitude. London needs this. Unfortunately, we're not. We're keeping it for ourselves. To explode everything. Alright, some of our new ones. New Nuncio. Ah, yes, the place that lures away postmen. One hears no ends of complaints from the postal service. 30 echoes, favor, fuel. Savior's Rocks. Goodness, we don't often hear news from there. Screaming, sometimes. How curious. No spiders at all, they say. They are indeed blessed. Yeah, about that. No. Alright. Empire of Hands. Oh, goodness. What are those accursed monkeys up to these days? You didn't bring any of them back with you, did you? Nope, we did not. Report submitted. Such a ghastly place. A pause. You know, there was somebody here asking about it only recently. Delightful lady, as I recall. Most delightful. Yes. I shall take the liberty of forwarding her your address. No longer have a comprehensive port report. Our quality is now 10. You've surveyed it. We've been given 300 echoes for the initial effort, a fuel, and a favor. You won't always get 300 echoes. That's only your first turn-in. The rest are less. Otherwise, that'd be silly. Alright, Estival. Deschelinate. Con Shadow. Ever increasing our fuel count. And our money by a little bit. Wisdom. Dimmer Island. And our last new one. The Gantpool. You said you've been... where? Report submitted. Here they come. The smirking requests from every captain in the place. All wanting to know if you found their lost pocket watches. By the time the clerk pays up, it's clear he's paying more for the amusement than the information. 60 echoes, a favor, and a fuel. Yeah, you're welcome. Alright, your lodgings. Read the morning papers. Hey, another supplies. And lost some Tarrant. And time with your family. Once again, tell tales of far lands. Z-Fever is at 25. I want to go away to sea. Your child wants to sign on with the ship. Already? But time passes quickly, and most quickly on the undersea. How many years have you been at sea? Don't ask. Time operates slyly out in the dark. You could forbid it, which is, you know what happens at sea, no child of yours will risk that. But will they listen? This will reassure you, setting terror to 0 and reducing nightmares. It's a high-risk challenge, 20%, but you could also permit it. A family tradition. If your child survives, many sailors don't. You of all people know that. This is how you gain a scion, allowing your next captain to choose 2 legacies. And we shall do so, in case something happens to us. Achievement. All is well. For now. New Year's Day, 1890... Quartermaster's Assistant of legal age, signed on recommendation of legal guardian, and give equal treatment. You have a scion. When you die, the next generation may take up the torch. In the meantime, they will still live at home. Probably. Your memoir's Z-quality has gone. You have a new accomplishment. Scion. Your line will continue. You've established a dynasty of Z-captains. This will persist between captains, unless something happens to end it. Your child has gone to Z. That they have. And our terror is down to 16. Don't need more crew, we already have 9. Full crew, well, more buffer means more supplies get om-nom-nommed. What's in our hold? That and that. Okay. So we want cargo. We want fuel. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Supply to even it out. We can pick up candles and flares here. We will. But first I want to head up. How far am I from? Not very far at all. Alright, let us go up to Venderbite. With one minor detour. Because we've passed a place multiple times. We can't do much there, but we can at least get a port report. And effectively know that the place is here. You'll notice we've been passing by this every time we've gone up this way. Low Barnet. This is actually a place for us to visit. Go down. And, there's where we dock. There's something cool about being underwater. Listen to the music. It has that muffled sound. It's a wonderful touch, I feel. It is a very wonderful touch. Low Barnet, a sunken church with docking ports. Sediment has built up against the lower walls, and long ago choked neglected crypts and crooked tombstones. The interior is sealed, yet the deep peals of the tower's bell can be felt even through a submarine hull. We can explore the church. What goes on here? What brings its congregation together? We shall do so, because that's the port report. Submarine services. There is no pulpit. The organ has bent, broken pipes. Below Barnet is still a house of worship, of a sort. Groups of sailors gather in the aisles. The choir benches are clean and make a makeshift stage. Lantern-eyed fish pass behind colorful windows of stained glass. The door to the bell tower is guarded by 2 burly vergers. The tridents are a nice touch. Some truth may be gleaned amidst exaggeration and falsehood. We have our options. That we need a person for. Witness a contest of stories. The congregation gathered before the altar. A sermon? But there seem to be 2 preachers. A contest of stories. A competition is in progress. A voluble visitor tells of the Sideways Regiment, a plunderous legion of trained crabs. First, they present a mighty collective shell. Then comes the onslaught of 1,000 nippers. Why, I only escaped thanks to a timely cloud of ink from my squid, which I befriended for precisely such an occasion. The unlikely story wins the acclaim of the congregation. Whilst her rival slumps, disappointed, the visitor waves her top hat and proceeds to the bell tower. Its doors close behind her. Ask about the competition. What kind of contest is won by nonsensical lies about crabs? A regular listener. You approach an apprehensive seaman who is staring into the distance, perhaps imagining marching ranks of crustaceans. You ask what happened here. The competition? The best story wins. Captain says it's all in the delivery, but you need a fine yarn to spin too. When you inquire about the winner's reward, his gaze turns wistful. If they're lucky, they get taken up. Wish I had a story to tell. Taken up, eh? Follow her into the bell tower. Or go about your business. What's in there? Wild riches or just a good buffet? We're probably going to be blocked from being here. Not only this, 2 surly vergers block your approach to the door. One points back to the congregation. Only winners allowed, he grunts. Next one soon. Go about your business. The congregation is breaking up. For now. Chimes. A few souls linger, gazing at the closed doors of the bell tower. You have just turned away when you hear the sonorous bong of the bell within. Its peals repeat every few seconds, before becoming abruptly muffled, then finally silent. An excited murmur runs through the congregation. Although you keep an eye on the bell tower door, the winner does not emerge. You have witnessed a storytelling contest at Low Barnet. So now you can participate in one. You can also trade stories with the congregation. Your appearance and bearing attract attention. They are eager for new tales. At Low Barnet, everyday animosities are set aside in the pursuit of a fine tale. Kaganian traders mingle with Royal Navy deserters, rum-addled pirates, and rubbery men. There is an air of anticipation and a tolerance for embellishment. You have, these are effectively ways to lower your Low Barnet storyteller mark. And what you need for it are port reports of, well, they're all underwater places. None of them we've been to at the moment. So, I won't spoil too much by going through there, but it's port reports you can trade in there. Obviously, you still want to trade off your initial port reports from those places for money and favors and fuel. You just, now and then, have the option of, on the after effect of just doing it like that. Of trading it in. We shall go back up onto the surface and head to Vanderbite. Because we want to be in the Vanderbite. We have a delivery for them. And we apparently have a baby pirate ship in the way. Oh, you poor, poor thing. Hello, Pirate Steam Pinnacle. Your crew of 5, your health of 30. Goodbye, Pirate Steam Pinnacle. Your health and the crew now 0 and sunk to the bottom of the sea. The stout crate. Ah, 2 fuel. Excellent. And the satisfaction that we just blasted that boat straight to the bottom of the sea. No questions asked, just boop, dead. Ah, the Momentum Warrior is a great weapon. Our deck weapon is also the best you can get as well, thus making it fairly good. But that is a different matter. That's just one you can buy. It's the Memento Mori that you want to keep your hands on, because you can not get a replacement for that. There is no replacing that. Unless you die, and then do the story all over again. Not that you can equip any repeats of anything or whatnot. Assist a specialized collector. A dapper gentleman lounges by a dry fountain, admiring a frost moth with a predatory gleam in his eyes. Would you help him find the quarry of a lifetime? A man of pins and the jar. With a satisfied nod towards your ship, the incomparable Aurelian slips the frostmoth into a killing jar. He explains as the pale blue wings beat against the glass. You've been beneath the waves, I see, and I trust you've seen tyrant moths as well. We haven't, but they are as what you'd expect they to be. They are giant moths that you do not fuck around with. They will mess you up. Fine creatures, but nothing compared to the regal kin, the mossed moth. I know where to find it, and with your ship, we can see it hatch. He gazes down at the frost moth, now still. Take me down to the undercrow, and I'll show you something worth preserving forever. An unsentimental man of pins and the jar, in pursuit of rare Lepidopterae. So, you have another guy to send to a place. You can explore Vanderbite. And grab a port report. We're definitely going to do that. Boop. Port report. Might as well explore. Ah. It just took us to the Vengeance of Jonah. A familiar corkscrew street. Here you are at the Vengeance of Jonah again. Your feet, or your nose, has brought you back. The welcoming yellow glow is like the windows of your own home. The terrors of the sea recede. A little bit. We don't want to spend any money right now. If they don't want to spend the 300 on the bandage poisonere just yet. Unfortunate that it just took us there, but we can, however, visit here. And now, showed a sketch of the figurehead of the Eater of Names. Oh, I know. Satisfactory, it wheezes. There'll be another Eater in time, but this trophy I will taste. Your reward. A human skull sits atop a dusty notebook. 7 secrets, 1 lamentable relic, and no longer need a Gant. I forgot, this is one of the few ones that don't give a treasure. Shoot. I was hoping for money. I am not getting money out of it. I got 7 secrets, which isn't bad. But, yeah. So now we are left with 3 deals. We still need a Violent, we need a Cosmogon, and we need Apocyne. So we are effectively more than halfway through his questline, which is good. Depart for now, out back into the gloom of real Vanderbite. Let's see here. I didn't get the excess money I was kind of hoping for. However, I will head up here to Wither and Codex. Pick up some additional port reports and the like. And utterly murder that bat swarm. With the momentum, alright? Ah, we have gained another secret. As we discovered, it gets buff. We could reduce our terror. Who cares about that? Into the pots with the bats. Cook up the bats. Yes, we do. Bats taste good. Probably don't try this at home. If for nothing other than the reason of this is what has caused our nonsense for the past 2 damn years, and furthermore of what more will happen. Just don't eat bats. Just let them fly around, do their job, eat mosquitoes and the like. It is fine, just do not eat the bats. Lifeberg in the way. I'm gonna see if I can't do something about it, but this is a risky maneuver. This is a very risky maneuver. Lifeberg are burly. We have the weapons, but they can do this. probably the one time we're being spared. If it had been any closer, we would have been rammed for a chunk of damage. Alright, but for now, we have done it. Huzzah! Discovered the lifebergs of the Pale Haunt. I noticed in the corner, and Censor's Arch. You've destroyed a lifeberg. Take a moment to enjoy your victory, then poke through the fragments. You can concentrate on replenishing supplies. It's big. There may be something edible or combustible in there, somewhere. It's a chancy challenge. Or concentrate on gathering treasures. You need money more than edibles, which is indeed the case for us. Dark fragments. Fragments gleam like obsidian in the depths of the ice. Their glassy blackness recalls Mount Nomad, the predatory terrain feature, which haunts the blackness, avoids approach. What is the connection? We've gained a hunting trophy, and 2 outlandish artifacts. You'll note, and rare in a game will you see this string of words, the predatory terrain feature. I mean, it's accurate. It is not wrong. But that's what makes it all the more amusing. It's not wrong. There's some dilapidated buildings there. It is cold up here. It is very cold up here. But hey, we took on a lifeberg. It is indeed a way for money. They are, on that treasure note, actually pretty decent to just go around and kill. If you have the means to do so. We definitely actually do very much have the weaponry, as we just showed. We just gotta be a bit careful on our backpedaling. Hello, Lifeberg, I will visit you in a moment. Go here. Gather intelligence. We do not want to shore leave. Explore the town. We might as well see what's waiting here for us. Ah, it's the riddles again. Like I said, this is technically a way if you have, like, a ridiculous amount of pages and the money and probably the saves coming to do so, you can get good treasure out of that. We're just gonna try this again, fail it again, and lose 1 echo. Because, go figure. Our pages isn't really all that high. Nope. That's not what I wanted to. My bad. There we go. Want to battle? Come here, O Lifeberg. Hello, please don't kill me. I know, I sounded a lot more bold when I was approaching it than when actually fighting it. It's, closer than I'd like it to be. Boop. And I just realized I sort of have my back to the wall. Alright, it is respectable distance away. That it was only in Memento Mori range. Alright. And that's kind of the strategy for dealing with the Z-Beast. Or at least a strategy. All the backpedaling. A remnant of an earlier victim. Something valuable, perhaps. Regardless, you'll have a tale to tell. Another hunting trophy. And a cache of curiosities. An oilskin packet. Something valuable. To someone. Ooh. An unread log. An odd, flat little stab-bound book. Bound with a ribbon. The cover reads, "A Log of the Damned," probably. I'm gonna assume so. Log of the D blank. Did some lost captain purchase it in the far bazaars of the Khanate? You now have 1 unread log. Safer not to, eh? Interesting. We got our first unread log. I don't remember the best uses for it, but we have it now. Z-bats cry out. They are nothing like birds. No, they are not, huh? Alright, we're gonna pop by Codex for our deal here. Again, and also checking up on various opportunities that could be in place, although there's really usually not much in Codex. Ah, but we do have here. Agree to a damp request. Seeing your ship, a drowning approaches with purpose. After a soggy exchange, it seems he seeks passage to the undersea spire of Shrimshonder. Ooh, not the first person we have to go here. A monastic drowning. Yeah, we'll agree to it. A deal is struck. Few return from Shrimshonder, not because of the danger, but because of the cost of leaving. Still, your guest promises compensation to cover the trip, and your safe departure afterwards. How generous. The monastic drowning silently boards your ship, due for Shrimshonder. A quiet drowning born for Shrimshonder to dedicate his life to research. So, we have them now. We can trade a lamentable relic for 3 unread logs here. Resisting logs from a battered chest. We're not going to deal with the shivering monkeys. We will just go there. And now poke around here, or anything. Where I eventually want to take us is, you'll see that mark right there, that underwater port. I have a slight feeling, slight feeling, that I think that might be Shrimshonder. So we're gonna hop by Guider's Morn. We're not getting a report. I don't feel like sacrificing a crewmate at the moment. However, there could be something there that I've missed now that I've unlocked it. The ability to submarine. And then we will head over there, because now we have 2 people delivered to there. And thus, why wouldn't we? There's something underwater some distance to the east. Ooh, there's also something east. From around this beacon. Okay. Actually, let us see if we can find what our bat has seen. Because if I think it is what it is... Aha, yep. It is something to press forward about. You have discovered the Ragged Crow. What is the Ragged Crow, you ask? Well, it is a lighthouse. On the surface. There's your warning for when something is preventing you from doing. An obstruction prevents you from diving. Seek clearer waters. Some areas are more annoying than others in that regard, that there's a lot just kind of blocking the path. You can see when we're underwater, there's all that was obstructing us. And here is the Undercrow. It is where this guy that we just picked up in Venderbite wanted to visit. Underwater entrance to Crow. The Undercrow, a deep, well-lit cavern, thick with a fungal smoke and cave moths. Far above, a lighthouse fire burns. The scent of it is curiously medicinal. It clouds your head and burns your lungs. Further into the fog, you can make out labored breathing. You can approach a voice from the fog. Here at last, the fog voice croaks. Come closer. The incomparable Aurelian rolls his eyes, but advances nonetheless. There's also a port report. Well, we'll deal with this first. It's little more than a cave and lighthouse fire, but the Admiralty appreciate thoroughness. To voice from the fog. An almost dead man. Your passenger gazes impassively at a bulbous figure, whispering quietly. As the fog parts, you can make out milky eyes and a toothless grimace. No tomb colonist ever looked as ancient or unwell as the almost dead man before you. Gray, bloated, and nearly embalmed by the fungal smoke. It's difficult to tell where his skin ends and the stone bed beneath him begins. His breath is shallow, but his bare chest heaves to a different rhythm. A shape crawls beneath his ribs, but disappears as the man lets out a gassy sigh. "Allow me to introduce you, citizen," the incomparable Aurelian says, slipping you a modest payment. "This is Lorenzo, my erstwhile mentor and host to the Most Moth." Your incomparable Aurelian is gone. You've gained 50 echoes, and you've met an almost dead man in the Undercrow. The almost dead man hopes to end a complicated life with a clear conscience. Entertain a dying man's last request. You're a submarine. You've a submarine, the almost dead man wheezes. Entertain a dying man's last request? Sure. Delivering farewells. Mortality has a way of finding us in the end. The almost dead man wheezes to himself, dislodging a cloud of cave moths. The incomparable Aurelian spares them only a disappointed glance. "I must set my affairs in order. I owe that much to my successor." He waves a withered hand feebly. It's not clear whether the jester suggests the companion at his bedside or the one nestled within his ribs. "So, citizen, would you help an old man say his farewells?" There are trespasses to be forgiven. The almost dead man hopes to end a complicated life with a clear conscience. Deliver a farewell to a sprightly visionary at Hideaway. He deserved more than I had to give, the almost dead man croaks. Farewell to a sprightly visionary. How did he come to know one of the exiles of Hideaway? No answer is forthcoming, but the old man displays a broken grin. The old history of foolhardy youths he confines, who somehow became old men. Saying farewell to a lover at Hideaway. You've accepted a farewell letter to be delivered to Hideaway. A letter from the almost dead man, bidding farewell to a lover in Hideaway. You have an important letter to deliver. Look at the letter in your inventory to see its destination. You can speak to the incomparable Aurelian. You catch him between tending to his alien friend and preserving an unwisely bold cave moth. A true collector appreciates patience. When my master retired here, we both thought it would be his last destination. The Aurelian's eyes take the sheen of a patient man, approaching a long-delayed payoff. No one has been present at the Most Moth's hatching before. Well, no one who was in condition to remember it afterwards. He spares a hesitant glance over the shoulder at the almost dead man. Of course, being by my master's side during his final days is a necessary part of the process. We can share tales of the outside with the almost dead man. "Ah, citizen," he asks, "humor an old man. Tell me of your journeys." "We shall." The almost dead man is not easy to impress. The Aurelian goggles at your tail. His mentor only gives a grizzled nod. "Not bad," he allows. "Saw a thing or two myself in my youth. The desert of eyes, the listening desert, the desert of delights. Nida on the mountain side with her domes of basalt and porphyry." A lot of deserts he's talking about. You now have one, Undercrow, dying grace. How does an almost dead man face his end? Have an intriguing snippet, 3 memories of distant shores, and we lost our Z-tail. We shall assemble a port report. A thorough survey of moths and fire. A ramshackle array of pulleys allows the Undercrow's reclusive resident to feed the fire above. The herby smoke of the fungal fire has preservative qualities, but dust everywhere in a fine gray deposit. Meanwhile, the fire distracts the more aggressive moths and warns ships far above. All is well, or as well as can be expected. We now have one port report of the undercoat, far below a lonely lighthouse. So, we have a letter. Delivering a letter, someone has entrusted you with correspondence of the utmost privacy. Someone has entrusted you with correspondence of the utmost privacy. Was that wise? You could read the letter. It is a challenge deal. Letters are meant to be read, aren't they? But we don't want to do that. You could also just be rid of it. Perhaps some things are better left unsaid. Perhaps hideaway is convenient and you can't be bothered. Leave a letter untouched. Letter is not for you. You were trusted. The reason the letter. You returned the letter to your safe. Yeah, we don't want to mess with the letter. We were indeed entrusted with it. We do not want to go ill upon that. Alright, let's head to Guidance Morn and then off-right to where I hopefully believe Shimshane is. We'll travel underwater for a little bit. We'll have to pop up again at some point, but might as well. Show how it's like to just silently go upon underneath the waves and see what is indeed the bottom of the sea. You still have to obviously worry about not running into things. Masses of land from above are, well, still below. Just there might be more below than there is above. You know, there's the current. You can actually travel very far upon currents. So we're going to go up because, as we can see, the dock is literally just right there. But we might travel along the currents to Shrimshop. Go on a little submarine journey along the current. Go faster in the process. Step carefully. Could spend an evening. We don't want to do that. Explore it. Introduce Blemmingans. Pirate's Pleasure. Gleaming marauders assembling an immense horde of drowning pearls. Trade a drowning pearl for 2 soulless fruits. We do not have one of those. And there's that challenge. But you'll notice, we have something else here. A familiar face. The pirate poet is here, performing for a crowd outside the limpet. Verse amongst iniquity. She is halfway through the familiar baptism in glass as you approach. The pirates and corsairs as enraptured by the heavy thumps of verse as are your own crew. She moves on to her most famous work, Remember Polythrene, before finally noticing you during the scream of clay. As the applause and clinking of coin fades, she tilts her head towards the pub door. At Z, you are deadly rivals. A truce on neutral ground. At Z, you are deadly rivals. Here, you can simply be 2 captains sharing a drink and a few stories. We have options. Drinks with the pirate poet. Few have the constitution to match a clayman. Have walk away, she's an enemy. If she has mistaken civility for anything more, the fault is hers. There's also a tryst with the pirate poet. You fought many times. Tales of your mighty battles are told across the neath. Your names are often spoken together. Is this the next step? This gives us something interesting. An alleyway consummation. The pirate poet's caress is the slow pressure before the earthquake, the softness of a silt slipping through fingers. Clay and flesh twist, grapple, entwine, an advantage pressed, a counterattack enthusiastically welcome. The smell of sweat, the taste of gunpowder, a few stolen minutes beneath the limpet that could never last long enough. The pirate poet pulls her hood back over her bald head. You have seen more of my poetry than most now. Those are verses from another time. I carved them, but it was your city made them part of my clay. I keep them as a promise to myself that never again will your people get to leave their marks upon me. She hesitates, but I will give you the chance, if you will do me the same honor. Counters is increased. We've lost 10 terror. We have forged a rivalry. Yep. An exchange of tattoos. This Gator's Morn Needle House is surprisingly clean by local standards. They wash their instruments at least once a day, sometimes even in hot water. You can choose a face tattoo. You wear your indiscretions with pride. You choose an arm tattoo. It is the Zailing tradition, after all. You could choose a back tattoo. It is the largest canvas you can offer her. Or you can refuse a tattoo. This is taking things too far. We shall choose an arm tattoo. It is the Zailing tradition, after all. A ring of symbols. The pirate poet quickly composes a short piece to be wound around your arm and decorated as the needleman sees fit. It is a haiku-style verse in the traditional polythreme style, an ode to life and the terrible thing that it is. Your tattoo is complete. The pirate poet awaits hers. An occurrence, your memoirs, a pirate's tattoo quality is now an indelible reminder of an unforgettable night. You have forged a rivalry. You have gained 2 iron from it. Verse of your own poetry. It seems appropriate. A tentacle-wrapped anchor. It seems appropriate. A heart of flesh. It seems appropriate. An awakening eye. They're all just, it seems appropriate. An awakening eye. Or your own face. Well. The one that actually seems appropriate to me. A verse of your own poetry. A memento of secrets. The pirate poet approves of your choice. She closes her eyes as the tattooist fits a drill bit and begins. Yeah, no, because that's how you're gonna do tattoos for someone who's literally made of rock. Like, rope, time to get a drill bit. She feels any pain from this work. It doesn't show, and it is done. No more words are needed between you. Next time you meet, it'll be at Z, rivals once again. Tonight, though, you simply bid each other goodnight with a nod, and part company with tattoos still raw on skin and clay. You've reached a rapport with the pirate poet. And that's a sweet little thing you can do. Let's see here. Anything of interest in shop? Obnoxiously expensive fuel and supplies. Probably expensive soulless fruit, too. You can also sell various things there. A place to sell sunlight for 300. Frickin' of red honey for 625. Also buy concealed compartment. This is an aft thing. It provides some degree of protection against excisemen searching for contraband. Effectively can put a certain amount of contraband, I think 20, and it's concealed. Anything I believe above does not. But honestly, it's something I've never really invested in. Yeah, so that is one of the pirate poet deals. Now we shall go back under the sea. Let's see if we can't find Scrimshaw. Ah, I think that current is gone. Things change in Lenith. Currents certainly being one of those things that can change. Ah, there's something here. What is it? And is it something that'll kill me? Ah, the Z's bounty sustains us. +1 supply. Yep, you can find stuff at the Z. I presume that was like me just finding fish and stuff. There are other things underwater, which is kind of why I'm just sailing under here. Going about, listening to my sonar, and waiting For I believe we should be needing to go over here. As you can see, we're given a fair amount of time on our oxygen, but, well, still keep watch on it. Because again, if it reaches 0, you die. An embarrassing way to die. Sorry, excuse me. An embarrassing way to die, that would be. Let's see here. Is this what I'm hoping it is? Or is it something else? Sonar has picked up an underwater settlement. It is a long way to the northeast. Ah, yeah, there is a long way to the northeast. But I thought there was one that were just kind of buzzing around. Oh, right. Right. That's the damn light ship. I forgot that was a light ship deal. Okay then, so I might not know where we're going, but there is a place further up to the northeast that, might be something. You'll note it takes time for your oxygen to replenish. Just ducking up once doesn't do it. But multiple times. But leaving yourself up on shore enough will do it. There's a current there. Ah. This is not what we're looking for, but it is a place. It is Anth. Anth is an intriguing place. It looks intriguing. Anth, they call it the City of Flowers, but the flowers are crystals, spiral matrices grown on the walls of Anthian caves. The inhabitants of Anthe are at least partly crystal too. They call it going sharp, becoming more perfect and clearer and colder. Study the chambers of Anth. Wander where you can, gain a preliminary understanding of the place. No, we need to do that to actually do the port report. Those who go sharp, the inhabitants of Anth go sharp. Not all at once, but piece by piece they turn to crystal. They sort themselves by sharpness too. The sharp-handed cluster with others of their kind, ignoring the keen-footed and the brittle-waisted. To progress through Anth is to take on more and more of these attributes. To enter the deeper chambers restricted by sharp style, choose which chambers you would most like to discover. The Anthians speak of a woman named Rosina, dying of a curious disease and sequestered among the sharp spleened. Seen the outer chambers of Anth and learned what the place is. There's an option. It's visit Rosina in her chambers. She's both healer and patient. Confuslating in an ice bath among the sharp spleen, the Anthians speak of her often. However, to get there, we need to have sharpness of the spleen 1. We can gather a port report. The Admiralty will want stories of this place. Rumors and explanations. Access to Anth is restricted by type of sharpness. Those who are sharp in the ears do not necessarily mingle with the sharp-tongued. As for the inhabitants who are sharp throughout their full bodies, they don't circulate much. There is said to be a cavern, broad and shallow-floored, where the perfectly sharp grow old together. They aren't capable of anyone else's company anymore. At least, that's what you're told, and you can hardly go and ask. At any rate, they are more like growing crystals than like people, slowly expanding and bonding with the rock. A report of the doings in the flourishing port. Consider your own condition. Should you go sharp, or have you already taken on sharpness that you now regret? Learning and rumor. Consult the woman with the cubicle eyes. Learn how to accept the blessings that Anth offers. Determine what is best for yourself and whose companionship you seek in the bubble caverns. The pursuit of sharpness. A woman gives advice to new Anthians. Her eyes are cubes of salt. She speaks of going sharp as a numbness and as an awakening, as the loss of sensation and the beginning of insight. Some Anthians use other metaphors: clarity, dryness, regularity, and structure. You've got some options. There's a hard options, which is cultivate the capacity for sharpness. It isn't easy to go sharp as the Anthians do, but most who come here find themselves desiring the condition sooner or later. It is a heart's challenge. Unlocked with Anth capacity for sharpness, no more than one. Cultivate this at Anth. You can also cultivate the capacity for sharpness through chemical means. Old logbooks record a preparation of minerals and salts that helps the body convert. It is untested. This is a 50-50 man of luck. Mutter salt and an unread log. You can go sharp in the spleen. No more than 0. Surrender your capacity for anger. Join the society of diplomats, saints, and cold-blooded tyrants. Go sharp in the liver. Take on the proud indifference to toxins. Fraternize with spies, assassins, professional poisoners, and those who need to survive on strange diets. Let your lungs become a chamber of crystal. Breathe less often and more purely. Take on the companionship of divers, opera singers, coal miners, and producers of poisonous gas. Note, you need more sharpness than less than 1. So, you need a little bit of sharpness to facilitate that. Flourish in the groin. Diminish passion. Promote hygiene. Perfect performance and dazzle any onlookers. Pursue the company of Anth's nuns, celibates, dancers, and brothel habitués. Once again, it requires more stuff. Undergo acumination of the tongue. Give up soft speech and slow words. Come to know poets, court jesters, liars, and artists in cipher. You cannot select this. You may need to raise your capacity for sharpness. Yes, indeed. Just like the rest of these. But even more so. Mineralize your skeleton. Strength that cannot be seen is often the most praiseworthy. Walk among the laborers, the circus strong woman, the persons of iron will and unshakable integrity. Let your skin be as clear as water and as hard as armor. This is where the fighters are, and those who got tired of their scars, and the people too proud to hide anything about themselves. Or cut away all your sharpness, return to something closer to your natural state. This will remove your sharpness and gain a wound. Your maximum sharpness will remain, so you can pursue different sharpnesses if need be. Be careful. 3 wounds will kill you. Or relinquish the pursuit for now. Perhaps there is another business for you and Anth. As you can see, there is a lot of options here for the sharpness. Like, I could cultivate more. That is hearts checks. I am at only 35 hearts at the moment for a 52% chance. However, this is a place, and because you're a doc, you can manage things around. You can, see if you can switch up people that have hearts. Not that guy. That guy's minus hearts. Which is predominantly amongst your doctors. So really, the most we can do is, like, increase our hearts by 3, which isn't going to do much. However, we can just consider our own condition and choose one of these. There's also the 50-50 chance, but as it says, it is untested. There is our liver, and there is sharpness in the spleen. You'll notice the sharpness of the spleen is the way to get to the other place. So, we will do so. Surrender your capacity for anger. Join the society of diplomats, saints, and cold-blooded tyrants. The Venice Saloon. Descend into the nth chamber reserved for those who flourish at the spleen. The stone of the chamber is veined with red. Some members of the Venice Salon wear clothes that reveal the midriff, so that one can see the telltale points of the crystal form under their skin. It is a party game here to take turns reading aloud offensive letters to the London newspapers and insulting missives from home, and to compete at not caring in the least. Your spleen is a hexagonal crystal, gained in the first chamber of Nth. You now have 1 nth number of sharpness. We can now visit her. You'll notice we can't pick up anything else because that's what our capacity for sharpness is limiting. So the more checks you need to do there, the more you kind of need to up. I do not remember what happens if you fail that check. I think it's a case of maybe wounds. Wounds sounds right. Or it could just be terror. Okay, yeah, it's terror. But what I do remember is that each additional check you do on that makes it more and more difficult. So, like, our best odds would be bumping us up, like, say, that. And then we could also, like, spend some of our secrets to increase our hearts. I need a Mutter Salt. Mutter Salt is back the way we came and, like, wither. Increase your hearts. Sit down. I'll be with you in a moment, Captain. As we haven't increased our hearts with her yet. Oh, thank you. This is actually very interesting. Let me see if we can find something useful for you, too. Just boop our hearts. Learning begets learning. The campaigner's knowledge is vast, but her patience not always vast. She is never discourteous, but you do occasionally check her looking at the clock. So, we can increase our hearts by a little bit. We have a number of secrets. I'm willing to up it a little bit because that also helps in case of emergencies, which is hearts checks. Lost that. I think I'm going to go up to a... Well, it'll be a flat even 50 for, with that guy, so... I could just do 3 more to boost up so that my hearts is 50 naturally, and that leaves us with 5 secrets. That's fine. Because, yeah, that one has 3 more hearts over my usual, which gives me a bunch of irons, which is why I keep her about. Yeah, and consider your own condition. And what does that improve our challenge? Ha! It improves us up to 79%. Still a modest challenge, but we have better odds. We shall cultivate it. And we succeeded. The Nights of Meditation. The environment is a help, but you must also prepare your mind and your will. Going sharp means giving up many sensations. You can now take on a single sharpness. How much sharpness can you endure? You'll notice the challenge now, after you've done it once, is now dropped down to 48%. Yeah, it scales. It scales quite a bit. Let's see, we have 1 there. Need sharpness and the 1. Number of sharpness no more than 0. You have 1. So, to get anything more, which we need a little bit more of that. Test our odds? Test our odds. Worst that can happen is we become terrified. Aw, yeah. Or we succeed on a 48% on the first chance and probably use up all our luck. Probably. Nights of Meditation. Once more, we can take on another point of sharpness. The heart's chance is now 35% chance, but we can now take up 1 additional thing. There is of the liver, and the one I was kind of eyeing, let your lungs become a chamber of crystal. Breathe less often and more purely. Take on the companionship of divers, opera singers, and coal miners, and producers of poisonous gas. The Salon of Incense. The chamber is lined with black crystal. Braziers are lit, and a low haze hangs in the air, troubling none of the inhabitants. Your respiration slows, your exhalations are cold and dry. Are your lungs geode, hollow and sparkling? Yes, they are. And now that does open us up with additional options. It's like we can visit Rosina here. We now also have the options to follow a polythreme exile. A hulking clay figure is visible through the smoke, moves away through the opposite door. There's also a matter of luck. Mingle with hurriers, getters, and thrusters. They used to be coal miners. Now they are impervious to coal gas or flooding. They might give you something. They might lure your crew away. 50-50 chance on that one. However, I am willing to try out follow a polythreme exile. The speed of unhappiness you follow. The clay man is moving fast down several corridors towards the section of Anth reserved for the bone sharp. A sight like that would not be at all extraordinary in London, but most of the inhabitants of Anth seem complacent, possibly even indolent. Hardly anyone is ever in a hurry. The man ducks into the bone burrow. A person would be unwise to follow unless they had considerable confidence in their own skeleton. An occurrence. Your Anth polythreme exile quality is now 5. Encountered a polythreme exile who was sharp in lung and bone. So, to get bone, we'd need, well, more. We would need at least one more of that to mineralize your skeleton. We want to take another chance on it? Maybe. We're still in home waters. Our terror is relatively low. It's a low chance. We're probably gonna fail, but a struggle in the dark. You struggle to right your mind. Instead, you give yourself nightmares of body parts that grow bitter and snap off. That's what happens when you fail. Your terror jumps up by 7. Unfortunate. Let's try again. Carefully. We fail again. Failed again. And that's probably all we want to risk for the moment. Until we reduce our terror by a bit more. Which, we shall, because we'll be heading back to London, but something to keep note of. What we can do is, because we are sharp of the spleen, she's both a healer and patient. Give her often. Ice crystals. The air gets chillier as you approach, and there are patches of frost on the walls. Rosina's chambers. The cavern is crowded. In the center is a bathtub full of ice, in which sits a woman in an obvious state of illness. Several Anthians attend her, one with deft, clear fingers. Then there are a number of other people attending, who mostly talk among themselves, but sometimes turn to watch Rosina. You can depart with saying anything to her. It is none of your concern whether she lives or dies, or meet Rosina. She has seen you come in. We might as well make her acquaintance. Baked from within, Rosina is dying of anomescence, the disease of the elder continent. Any passion spreads the disease. She must therefore lie very still in an ice bath and think of things that do not interest her. Going sharp in the spleen protects her against the passion of anger, but other passions are still a danger. For a long time she looked for a cure to the disease. Tradition ascribes healing features to certain poems, ointments, and postures of the body, but these only delay the gradual combustion. Basically, it is literally your soul is on fire, and thus your soul just keeps on burning until there's nothing left. It is one of those stranger diseases of the Neath. And as it said, of the elder continent, far south, with a place of its own. You now have one Anth, Rosina's acquaintance. How well do you know Rosina? An occurrence. Rosina's health quality is now 10, almost stable. How close is Rosina to death by amnescence? The cavern is crowded. Learn more of Rosina. Speak to her of her choices and what she requires. If we can help her, well then, we should help her. Rosina's health alters depending on events at Anth. Yes, they do indeed. She tells you her story. For a long time, she looked for cures of the body. I was certain the inhabitants of the outer continent would be able to correct what is wrong, she says. But if they know how, they refuse to say. Okay, there I was. If you say, now I merely keep back the disease as long as I can, and seek cures of the sentiment instead. If I keep very calm, my symptoms subside. If you find anything in your travels, works of philosophy or guidance that might help me compose myself, please bring them to me. So we have some options now that show it. Present a drowny counterpoint to Rosina. Light and gloom might counteract one another. Will this hasten Rosina's amnescence or slow it? We do not have one of those. Drowning Song and counterpoint. Attained at a price in Dahat. We have not been there yet. We might find it. Or sing the drowning counterpoint at extra length and subtlety. The light and gloom might counteract one another, and you have the singing voice to perform it with more than typical control. That happens to be because we've turned our lungs into crystals. Singing. And yeah, perform a drowning love song for Rosina. She won't have heard this one before. Of course, if she's strong enough, she will resist. That's a hard challenge. Drowning love song. It doesn't seem like it'd work. Perform a drowning hymn for Rosina. There might be a healing effect to its harmonies. Tell Rosina a story from Lo Barnet. Likely speed up the progress of her illness. That one very clearly cleans out that. Yeah, you can speed up their Offer Rosina a needle of fortuas. If you tell her it is a sort of medicine, she might permit it. Agil. Again, from another place, of a place we haven't been to. Provide a dry lecture on the social stratification of visage. Obscure pedantry might be just the thing for Rosina. You have the tongue to tell it. You would indeed need your tongue treated for this. And unlocked with health being to that degree. You'll notice 10 is in the middle, and then it goes from 1 to 19. I'm not sure which is better, which is worse, but one means she's closer to dying, the other means she's closer. Right now, she's flat out in the middle, and remaining stable there. Expertise in Visage. Again, Visage, another place we've not been to before. We shall find it eventually. Eventually. Read some romantic literature, Rosina. It would be very bad for her, of course. She will resist if she is strong enough. Read approved romantic literature, Rosina. It would be very bad for her, of course. If she's strong enough. Read Anthean romance, Rosina. She will resist if she is strong enough, but the revised volume is very seductive. She may not have the will. That's Anthean romance. Yeah. You don't want to exactly worsen her condition. Find out what all the onlookers are for. They aren't assisting in any medicinal proceedings. Yeah, that's a challenge again. So yeah, we have some options for her. We don't have any of them at the moment, but some of them tie into degrees of sharpness, like say of the tongue. Turn to the rest of Anth. The staircase. The way is steep up cut stone stairs. Sometimes it becomes a ladder rather than a staircase at all. After the first few flights, you can no longer hear the murmur of conversation in the sick room. And note, you need to keep your sharpness of spleen to continue interacting with this, because that's only where you're going in the chambers. is through that. So yeah, we'll want to cultivate our progress more at some point. Ton is an option. Give up soft and slow speech. And there's also the skeleton for that. I'll probably be trying to do what I can to see what I can, because there's some interesting things in here. Like, yeah. Some interesting things here in this place, and I haven't really explored too much of it, which is why I kind of want to do it a little bit more. But I have to be careful. I don't want my terror going up too much. There is a shop here, you'll notice. Fuel and supplies for a little bit more expensive, but not too bad. Skintilac. You can buy Skintilac for Mutter Salt. Cask of Sapphires. This place also sells ambiguous earth. Let me check something. I think if I remember, I might actually need something from here. Mutter Salt. We need one of you. Do we need to train it? Oops. Mutter Salt. Ah, no, it's Z stories. Well, that's unfortunate. We might need more stories of that accord. Unfortunately. Okay, something to keep in mind. There, for certain. And, Z stories. Get some at... We could exchange different things at... different things there, but yeah. Okay, I'm gonna keep in mind. So we don't need that at the moment. We don't need to buy anything because we will be leaving. Note our oxygen stays up as long as we remain in port. We are not going to be remaining in port. We are going off. We'll explore a little bit of the area around here. Do not run into that. Or a little bit of the undersea, but eventually we do want to head back London way. These are current things on our agenda. We have that delivering things, so we need to keep on exploring matters. Another day. Sharpen London bone. Preliminary visit. That's all the Anth stuff. It keeps track of it right there. We have various treatment, keeping track of where we've done treatments. We've only done it there. Ah, right, we need to talk to a person in our lodgings, potentially. I forgot about that one. There's Scant Pool, which would require killing things. Learning about a mechanic requires some things. That requires a lot of supplies. The magician requires some luck. We have completed that. The doctor is different. Nothing much there. Platter deal, we're keeping an eye about things. We'd have to purchase him. Memoirs. We have some burning. We have way too many suspicion. We might have to deal with at some point. We might need 5 candles and a flare. That is something to keep in mind. He does indeed have a plan. There's our various tireless mechanic deals. The island. The poor island. Principal's End, through Core Silver. Ah, we need another one of those deals, yeah. Need to find Rosegate. We need to find Scrimshander. Station 3, which we do need to find a box to get a deal of silver. From there, have all the gods' attentions to Tinchar's May, and we need to find hideaway for that. Okay. So yeah, London for now. We'll take a stop by Vendor Blight and see if we can roll the dice on the random generator for some of the things we need. And we'll continue just kind of exploring underwater in case there's some new and fresh things to either see or to have try to murder us. Toss up on those grounds. Speaking of which, hello. Art thou goodies, or art thou enemy? Oh, gods. A blast of Irigo light, the color of forgetting, -10 terror, -100 fragments. Ah. Say hello to Irigo, like we've mentioned before, briefly mentioned, and that I shall mention again. It is the color of forgetfulness. We have forgotten some of our terror before because of it. We've also forgotten some of our fragments because of it. Yeah. Oh, fuel. Unclear what this is, but our engineer assures us it will burn. So, yeah, I wasn't wholly expecting to run into Irigo, but we did. We lost some terror from it. Also forgot some of what we had learned, because that is also the nature of Irigo. Said that I've done a bit in the Submariner content. Not all of it, though, so it's a little bit more foreign to me. But, you'll notice that wreck of ship is moving. Yeah, welcome to a wreck ship. That is one of the enemies you'll run into. We are kind of outmaneuvering at the moment. Oh god, our oxygen. I forgot about that. See, it'll warn you about oxygen. Going closer. We need to take the risk. Alright, grab this, then get up to the surface. Destroy them utterly. You have defeated a wreck ship. There. It is much more convincing direct now that you've finished with it. You can send a boarding party. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Destroy them utterly. Perhaps they're still shaming. Perhaps they're in need of target practice. Perhaps you just haven't blown anything up in a while. There's no such thing as too sure. Whether or not they were playing dead, it's all moot now. There isn't much left, but you might be able to make some repairs using the smithereens. Besides, sometimes destruction is its own reward. Game 5 full, find terror. Surface, surface, surface. Running out of oxygen, the crew complain of headaches. The air is heavy and stupefying. Conversations slur. You're almost out of oxygen. How will eke out your last dregs? Evict stowaways. Rats may have gotten into the hold. Tiny oxygen stealing thieves into the deep with them. This will cost you. It says a crate of supplies. It is 2 crates of supplies. Can jettison a wounded crewman. His labor breathing is doubling his intake. Unlocked with 3 crew. You will lose that crewman. You at least had to have 2 supplies. Okay, that's what it is. Retreat to your cabin. Lie still. Preserve what little air you have. The crew must manage until you wake. And this will increase my terror. Honestly, I might go with that because I don't know how much terror to increase, but actually no, we should just jettison a supply. Evict stowaways. Your crew upend boxes and tear open bags. They prod beneath panels and heat up pipework. Your bosun points to the last unopened crate. There. I'm sure I heard an eat kit. They're in there. The crate is ejected through the airlock. That'll show them. Lost 1 supplies. You've lost 2 oxygen. New total 24. The oxygen in your submarine is merely a metal tomb. Currents, your last gas quality. Breathing faster doesn't help. That stinking headache won't shift. And could the breathing in your stop for just a moment? Lost a supply, but we have already gotten ourselves up to the surface. I cut that too close, but hey, that shows off when you tempt the fates of oxygen. Bad shit. It's like you're given one little chance to fix the issue. And I definitely cut that way too close. Alright. Don't know what that's about. Not gonna worry about it. But yeah, that's what happens when you cut the oxygen too close. It'll give you a little bit of a chance of a last gasp. And, don't fuck up again. It's my lesson to not be silly. And remember that I'm bloody well underwater. One definitely, most assuredly, needs to keep that in mind. And, I shall not tempt the fates more. It's one of those cases where it can be very easy to forget. It's a similar feeling in Subnautica. You just get lost and distracted in your thoughts of what you're doing, and then suddenly you realize, oh shit, I need to breathe. And so you try to breathe. Alright, let us try to explore here again, see if we can find what we're looking for. Well, okay. I'll take it. That's one of the things that we needed. An uneventful afternoon. You wander the echoing streets alone. From time to time, the sensation of being watched comes upon you, but each time when you halt, you hear no other's footsteps. Nothing eventful, only eerie. But when you return to the quayside, someone has left an odd, bulky box for you. There's no bill of lading, but the name of your ship is attached to a tag. You've gained a terror, but you now have one Soothing Cooper lawn box. We needed that. It's not the magician's item, but that is indeed a thing we needed. Because that will help us complete our Port Cecile list of things to do. Honestly, I'm glad for that. Let us head back to London. On the surface, so I don't make a silly mistake again. I mean, like I said, it certainly showed off what happens when you run out of oxygen. If it hadn't given me that warning, it would have been death. Yeah. Underwater is risky. It can be very, very useful, but it is definitely risky. We shall reduce our terror. And then we have some options. I do want to try to increase my sharpness a bit more to try to access more things there. But we also have something to deliver to Station 3 now. We also have... And in the meantime, I'll zoom a little closer so things aren't as blurred in together. We have 2 other potential marks of underwater ports that we have not visited. There and there. Now, I mean, one of them could bloody well be another lightship. But we'll see when we get there. Hi, you. Supplies I can replenish my deals on. Ah, no. We have a frickin' of honey. This is what they call prisoner's honey. Run by the lamplight bee from the exile's rose. I wonder who made all these names, remarks Abel's seaman Carget. Someone who has read a sight too many books, I'm thinking. So we have a firkin of prisoner's honey, 100 dreams in every barrel. We actually could have a use for that. Hilariously enough. And it's called the Udder's Room. Because there is, like I mentioned, there is one color, Cosmogen, that I mentioned. And I only remembered in between streams that that happens to be tied with, well, Blemmingans. It is tied with Blemmingans. Yeah, well, the ruins. Also, here's what, here's a good showing of what happens if you don't do it. You don't have to trade in those stories, but you require a candle and 5 supplies. Right, the mechanic says, that's a problem. The pool we need is down there. He points to the ruins. I'm afraid we'll need to do some digging. Looking on the ruins. Tumbled stones, the garden unwinding gently into disorder, week on week. Nothing more. So yeah, if you happen to need to do that quest when the sisters, when the whole events at Hunter's Keep have happened, instead of a story of each type and then your normal requirements of the box and the claimant, you need the claim in the box and then a candle and, well, 5 supplies. It's a heavy supply cost. But given stories also have their cost. Being which, I'm making a detour to this lightship. We are going to use our recent news and, well, get some more Z stories. Because, yeah. That's a useful deal. Sorry, delivering a letter, just chilling there. I don't know why, sometimes things kind of bug out a little bit at the bottom of the screen and are cut off. It's not cut off on the screen, it is just cut off in general. Lost 5 terror, gained back a Z story. It's decent use for it, especially if I'm gonna be hopping into London anyways, which I am. Alright, we shall go back into here and restock up. That was fairly worth it of a trip. I got some things. Hunted some lifebirds. And we discovered Anthet. And in the process have gotten both our lungs and our spleen crystallized. Yep. With plans to have more crystallized. Yeah, definitely doing a thing. Oh, no one harassing us? We just go on in. Did we get anything here? Ah, yes we did. Unread log and an extraordinary implication. I'm kind of thinking of trading this in for a reason. That reason being is we're going to be passing by the salt mines at one point. Madame Shoshona is seeking an extraordinary implication. The fortune teller, under her many scarves, sips tea in a quiet corner of the market. She'll pay well for something portentous. Great and terrible. Shoshona holds a mirror over her pot of tea. The steam fogs the glass. As is market tradition, you write your information into the condensation with a finger. When you have finished, there is a rustling beneath her scarves. A wrinkled hand emerges from the silk and places a fat envelope next to the teapot. For the knowledge. And your silence. Lost that, but we trade in for 375 echoes. And the rose market has concluded, for now. But it will change up next time around. Generally, I believe you can get better prices for things in the rose market. And that's why I did it. Just like the venturer gives additional things for that as well. I almost want to reset his deal at a slight loss of profit. and it'd probably be through with the books. Let's see here. 7 approved. How much? First, how much is in my hold? Not a lot. 7 in the hold. Oh, we can only sell that there. Might only be able to sell that there, actually. I'll actually be able to buy those here. I just realized. I think that definitely is the case. So vision, no. So if we wanted to reset it, we need to reset it through just buying the silk here, which is way too much of a loss. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. I'm just gonna have to figure something out at some point on what the bugger to do about that. For now, London. New recruits? Who awaits? It's just a Sailor. We don't need another Sailor, cheap or otherwise. An officer I would have hopped on. 100%. Not that, though. I'll submit my port reports because we have a number of new ones. Not Venderbite. Not Wither. Not Codex. Low Barnet it is new. Low Barnet. Ah, yes. The congregation that worships stories. What did they tell you? Port submitted. Fuel. 15 echoes. A fate and a favor. Anth, are you half stoned now, by any chance? Yeah, partially stoned. A favor. 9 fuel. 50 echoes. The undercurrent. Nothing more than moths, I trust. A fuel, 35 echoes, and a favor. And it surveyed it. Now, we do have 6,000, which is kind of what we've been working towards. But, yeah, not quite. We still need to fuel ourselves up and whatnot, so we want a reasonable buffer before purchasing a boat. And I like around somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 extra. Although generally more accurately to my patience is around 1,000 to 1,500. So, we aren't gonna hop on that quite yet. Recent news. Time with your family. Which, now that our kid is a scion, we can just enjoy their company. 5, they will become a scion. We have already done this. Just enjoy their company, an evening in the parlor with your child and your sweetheart, and so to bed. Seen that before. Our reduction goes down. We have another restful night. Cashed in case unfortunateness happens. And now we want to supply up. This is the other reason why you don't want to just hop on when you're slow. Because, we do need supplies. Like, very much so. So we needed 1 flare. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cost a bit, but that's alright. We'll get 1 extra supply because that is about to take over. And that is that. Keep the frickin' of prisoners' honey for a purpose. And then we'll proceed onwards. Which we need to get to Station 3 down there. Station 3, then the salt lines. Yes, yes, that'll be our trick. Ah! The Brisk Campaigner collapses. One moment she's lecturing an apologetic sailor on personal hygiene. The next she's stretched full length on the deck. By the time you reach her, she's regaining consciousness. That one is if we'd have had something happen before. Not yet won your trust. You cannot do so immediately, or don't care to. She will leave the ship. Or we can use up one of our secrets to progress the story, which I think helps. You were indisposed. I wonder. You don't have to pay the price if you had already learned about her, but we weren't able to snag the mother salt because we don't have sea stars. Ask if she's been to the Elder Continent. Hint at what might be wrong. You have your suspicions. And here comes a familiar name. Yes, it's called Innocence. In the Elder Continent, there's a flame that burns souls. My soul caught a light. It only smolders. Souls burn long and slow. But long before it is consumed, it will sizzle my brain and bake my heart. No, it's not dangerous to anyone else. Until I die. You should give my body to the sea when that happens. Yes, there is a little danger. I apologize deeply. I should have told you. I have been selfish. But you might have refused my service, and I hope still there are things out there on the sea that will save me. You've seen the Brisk Campaigner collapse. Like, and now you're given your options. You can say, you have kept things from me, you are ill, I want you off the ship, there's a danger when she dies. What kind of doctor is she to expose her patients and companions to that risk? But also, what do you need? Her circumstances are desperate. Her deception is easily forgiven. Wary hope. If I swear to you that no matter what happens next, I will keep no other secrets from you. She pauses to think. No secrets of my own. I am a doctor yet. You have my deepest thanks, my very deepest. We return to your cabin to discuss the matter in private. You've elected to help the Brisk Campaigner find what she needs. This is effectively a timed thing. And here's our list of first things. Here's our list of first things. Alright. A cure for Innocence. I have an idea, but I'm going to need flesh from chillier kingdoms. Solace fruits from the melting islands where the mangrove college lies. And yes, more mudder salt. I regret that it is not cheap. We need solace fruit, grows in the wispways near the mangrove college. Mudder salt, which is up above. A strange catch, and a docile Blemmingen. Ah, we need the Blemmingen. I have what I need for the Blemmingen. I do not have what I need for the mudder salt. Yet. We're working on that one. And that's why I'm giving my recent news to this light boat right here. Cause yeah. We need Z stories to buy mudder salt. Solace fruit. Ooh, I need to find the mangrove college. I need to explore more down there. Then a strange catch. My previous ways of getting a strange catch. There is Irene. Irene is indeed an option. My other option being the chili floors. So, I'll keep my options available to me, but I'll kill what chili floors I might run into. They're obviously a toss-up. It's either supplies or that. We shall hope for good tidings. But I do need to add it onto my list. Because, as I said, there's... What are you doing in Dock, Crab? You don't need to visit anyone on Mutton Island. Come over. You ain't seen nobody, Crab. You will feed my hunger. There's no one for you at Mutton Island. Hey, have you seen what happened to our merchant crab? No clue. report. And also, a wandering parson. He glances nervously back at the cog and magpie, but his handshake is strong. He seeks passage to the Church of Low Barnet, beneath the Z, just outside London. His suit is well tailored for an itinerant preacher. His cufflinks wink with sapphires. Offer passage for money. Even men of the cloth take up cargo space. Offer passage for knowledge. People like to confide in parsons. What can he confide you in? Or offer passage for a blessing. You may regard him with a skeptical eye, but sailors appreciate a bit of ceremony. Which gave which? Which indeed gives which? Let's see here. Okay, yeah. Money just gives echoes. Knowledge just gives intriguing snippet and fragments. I think I'll just do this. It does fit in with our whole ambition and background and all that. A ready fare. Of course, you have your running expenses, citizen. It'll be no trouble. I'm studying the religions of the undersea. By extracting the most admirable elements of each, I mean to construct a modern, superior faith. For the spiritual nourishment of my congregation, of course. His cufflinks gleam. Thoughtfully, he pays his fare in advance. We now have a wandering parson on board. He's deeply concerned with spiritual matters. You're assisting an avaricious theologist. You have 80 echoes. Where do you need to go, sir? Journal. Where's wandering parson? Okay, the Low Barnet. Okay. That'll be easy enough. Once we, whenever we bother to go down that way. But for now, for us, onwards. We shall stop by to grab an Abbey Rock report. Because then we can go from there and bounce off to Station 3. Then from Station 3 to the Salt Lions for, guess it, another extraordinary implication. Since we're now at 0 because I sold the other one. And then we shall poke around at the potential other places. There and there. So we can duck down there and duck up there. By ducking down there, we're going to do that, and then we're going to go to Port Cecile, because Port Cecile will give us stuff. That stuff being, what we'll get from the ingot that we're about to turn in the Sutherland Cooper box for. Have our battle plan. It is a matter of just bouncing between our destinations. Hello, Abbey Rock. Hello, Abbey Rock. Boop. Abbey Rock. Something fresh there, prepared to be paid with skintalab. We would need our strange catch even if we had one. 20 echoes is not worth it. We're here for a port report, and nothing new. Reduced terror. Our terror is pretty substantially low at the moment. We're not worried about that. What's our... Yeah, we're down to that now after supplies. Station 3. If we get skintalab from this, which I hope we do, then that'll help put a little bit of our costs. Which is good. Which is very good indeed. Alright. Hello, Station 3. I'm here to trade in a box. Crab alert. Crab alert. Can we appease our hunger? Yeah! Saved us a supply. That's like the closest I could have cut to that hunger mark off. So I approve. Very tiny detour for crab. I can't help myself. Monster hunting is just satisfying. Oh, our pages is so low. I wish we had something to increase our pages. But we don't. Welcome is condition. Exchange a lawn box for a hard metal ingot. What use is hard metal to you? But then, what use is a lawn box? Perhaps you imagine the whisper at shoulder. What use indeed is a heart? When you turn, there's the ragged floating of the wind. We shall change it. A covert exchange. The legalities of trading heart metal are vague. If its existence were acknowledged by laws, it might be forbidden. Put it somewhere out of the way. You now have 1 times station 3 heart metal ingot. Ingot of silvery metal, dreadfully cold to the touch. And we have lost our box. That we will be using. Although, first things first, salt lines. Duck down there to see if that's an underwater thing or a light ship, rather. And then port seal. Indeed, have our course of action. I intend to enact upon it. Then after that, it is going up. Probably with a stop to Poly 3. And then we'll want to bounce up to Khan's Shadow maybe, then to Nunico. Because we want to go to Nunico because we have the flare and the candles. For as much as it cost us, we'll damn well but bother. Crab. Crab. Hello, crab. We are in a fog bank, so our firing calculations are a lot slower. But we should be fine. He has made his charge. His charge was not successful. Hello, you. What's your rate? Supplies, under pressing mass. Suitable for smoking. Once again, just supplies. There's possibly a potential we could get strange catches out of it, so we definitely need a hunt when we can hunt. But that is one of those times where we just got more supplies. Which, I mean, nothing's wrong with more supplies. More supplies is a use. Alright, to the salt lines. We are not delivering anything at the moment. Kind of want a bigger boat for that. That's what we're kind of working towards now, aren't we? Fed the crew. Unmakers, carry stone, salts, right. So we can have no more than 0 for that. First things first, port report. Then salts rights. Gain 7 terror. And that is all for now. 20 spaces. We do not have that, so we are not going to pick that up. But yeah, while this is a good trade route for deals, it's like, it's a little bit more profitable with a bigger, that was a jellyfish, bigger boat, just because 20 is cutting it. However, you can get assault lines that are a lot closer on the map, like just within spitting distance, like in this area or such. People who get that sort of spawn are very lucky. I have never gotten that, but it is a potential, and you are very lucky for that. Come back here, you damn chili fleur. I need your body. And it is now dead. Now, do we get supplies, or do we get a strange catch? We get supplies. Unfortunate. But we had to try. Alright, now down here, see if this is a life ship or underwater. If it's underwater, it means somewhere new. Under the Z, awaiting us. And that is good. If it's a light ship, well then we're just gonna awkwardly turn around and head out to Port Seal. And just look very, very awkward. Like, yeah, sorry about that. Chug chug on a forward. Are you a light ship to make this detour very, very awkward? No, it is not. Okay, we need to find clear waters then. Which is not here. It's here though. Alright, what lies here? And just as much as I'm not as familiar with what goes on in some of these places, I'm not as familiar with their placements. Ah. Rack. I don't want to deal with Rack at the moment. So, we aren't. Well, we know where that is now. But like I said, I am not going to deal with that at the moment. We shall deal with Rock later, another time. Ah, hello, pirate frigate. Welcome. Are you here to try to sink me? Well, I think I will shoot you with my massive, massive gun. Oi! Can scuttle, supplies and fuel. Some mushroom wine. We can sell it, I suppose. I don't care to get more port reports from Savior's Rock. In fact, the less I'm at Savior's Rock, the better my nerves are. Because the obvious. The very obvious. Spiders. Spiders are a no-go. Can you see anything from here? No, nothing new in the darkness. I suppose. Alright, up and at 'em. Back to Port Seal, which we have that ingot to turn it. And that we very much shall turn it. Peoples. Turn off this way. Dock up. How much hold space do we have? 34. 34. Okay. Have to ditch supplies. Well, that'll be the better thing to do. Do that. Go to extra move. Give the principals heart metal. I long for my ending, but I fear beside. This is needed to encase my fear. Ice and oysters, the trapped jaws. Give me courage. I want so to be less. Give it to me. 7 skins lack, which means, yep. I'm seeing supplies. Boop. Buy supplies. I just got you from a boat anyways. Your payment is there, in the corner, and here, in this secret. I was forbidden love by the Bazaar when I left the world exile, but I don't regret it. I never regret. Minor piece. Heart-shelled silver is gone. We have gained 7 skintilac, and gained a secret. Not a place to be. Indeed. You know, out with it. Friends, 2 Skintalak. That was a success. 3 Terra for 2 Skintalak is a very good ratio. Very good ratio. And worth ditching supplies for. Where the Z washes across the coral's edge, it grows a rich purple. Each time it washes across your boots, you expect it to leave stains. You edge along a slippery coral, picking up lumps of brighter glowing stuff here and there. And though the Z doesn't stain, eventually it begins to whisper to you. Phrases so clear that you catch yourself looking over your shoulder in case your crew has spoke. They have not. They're looking around just as you. Between stars, the Z says, descend the chain. When it runs out across the coral, it sounds almost like a soft chuckle. I rest here, it tells you. I forget. Alright, perfect. We've just gathered a bunch of Skintalak. Now we head north, see what is there, and then we head to Nunako. So that we can explore that area. And then we have here we are under the sea, here we go, oh, say Alamore. Hi. It might hit me. It did not hit me, thank goodness. God, there's another one behind me. I'm surrounded by more eels. Alright, that's one taken care of. The other one I should be able to approach in a better angle from. You've defeated an albino moray. Damn me, it's an ugly thing. Even uglier dead than alive. Friendlier, though. Rescuer a new Jonah. The eel's gut twitches. Is something alive in there? That's a thing to do with something for a different deal. What gives me what? I'm kind of low on inventory. So I want to be careful about what I do. Albino moray. Do. Okay. Then that's fine. Butcher for supplies and occasionally other oddities. Gain a hunting trophy guaranteed, which we want. And the Stygian ivory. The black bones of Z monsters make for startling corsets. Open an unrepressing mass. There's probably something horrible inside, but possibly there's not. A wooden corner shows. Some kind of case or box is encased in the salty jelly. A cask of wine. It seems intact, although who knows how the taste may have altered. Perhaps you won't tell the buyers where you found it. Ah, more wine. Okay. No. Stay on alert. You have another eel amiss. I'm gaining confidence fighting these sort of things. For better or ill. I'd say for ill, because battling is always risky, but... Defeated one, so in theory I should be able to do another. Ah! It has submerged, you can tell because it is blue. And then it pops back up like, hey, you couldn't shoot me there. Oh wait, but I didn't get any closer. And... second eel, gone. Huzzah. Take that, eel. I shall butcher you as well for another hunting trophy, and more Stygian ivory. A curious sack. Slice it open. What's within? Z-eggs. Call them Z-eggs, Bolson suggests. We don't want to tell the crew what they actually are. It's safe to eat, but, you know. Ah, one supply. I don't mind just ditching the supply. Notice we're getting some Stygian ivory to sell. Anything we can reasonably sell is stuff we reasonably want to keep. Supplies we can get more of. Honestly, supplies are the thing I'm most confident in being able to get, because we go through them a lot slower. Fuel I would never ditch for the life of me, because, well, it would be the life of me. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Actually, I just realized I do have a use for that mushroom wine. Okay, then. Well, that works out. Let us go under, if nothing else, to avoid that ship right there. Also because we know it's probably clear here. And you'll notice this is noisy, because those are alive and are making noises at us. Yeah. Roar, 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 roar. Yes, hello, face underneath the Z. Here. This is here, eh? The hoots? I ask, what is a hoots? Well, first off, I'm probably mispronouncing it. Drownies built a copy of London as it never was, a cathedral, and houses and fields of flowers, all underwater. The water is cool and luminous, and at the same time, it is breathable air. Only there's easy to gain terror. Be careful. Yeah, there's noticeable options. Gather information for the Admiralty. This would always generate a port report, but the contents of that report may vary, based upon a level that you'll see right there. The hot enthrallment. We have 0% chance to success because we have no enthrallment, so... known truths. The more you look, the more you see that you are perhaps not intended to. The cathedral's crypt is a prison. The graveyard is larger than it looks, and the bones are not all buried. The border between the breathable water and the dangerous water are not marked clearly. Some have drowned in crossing over, leaving their possessions scattered on the Z floor. We have failed, but that is fine. We have a level of taut clarity, the ability to see through the glamours of the drownies. We have on this, a port report, Dahat. Now we have two options here, but we don't have recent news, so we can't do that one at the moment. I accidentally used that. Whoops. But something to keep in mind for the future, we need recent news for here. Now I know. Not difficult to get, but yeah. You can wander, look, make no commitments. You're only here as a visitor. You don't need a place to stay. Stay a while. Bring the drownies news of how London is now, and they will allow you to remain there for a time in exchange. We do not have that, so nothing right now. There's the Dahat exchange. You can buy supplies for 19 apiece. Interesting. You can buy drowning pearls. You can buy a captivating treasure for 11 caskets of sapphires, which is interesting. Base fuel is actually the normal price. Huh. Okay then. So, it could almost be Wolfstack, indeed. It's got slightly cheaper supplies, same cost fuel. Okay, I'll have to keep that in mind. This is actually a good fueling place. Or, well, stopover place if I need things to keep going on a trip. Because that's actually pretty reasonable. We'll stay underwater for a little bit longer. While keeping a better eye on that this time. And enjoy the lovely serenading voices of the Undersea screaming at me. Yeah. The burst of Viric. The burst of Viric radiance. Over the next hour, the vegetables in your galley sprout leafy, frondular growths. +5 terror, -50 hunger. Interesting. Underwater element is somewhere to the distance to the northeast. Ooh, that's what we like to see. Not the terror. A shoal of fish passed by a porthole. The prow lamp reveals the midnight incandescence of their scales. Fish. So there's something to the northeast, which means it's probably somewhere around here-ish. There is a potential deal over there. We will check that out in a moment. But I don't think that's the northeast they mean. Or at least it'd be a really weird northeast. Ah. Nook. Hello, Nook. You'll notice Nook is an interesting place. In that, say hello to teeth. All the teeth. So many teeth. Oh, pardon me there. The edge of Nook, a gap in this colossal sea monster's throat, has been forced open with thick, part metal beams. They strain under the pressure, but hold. As you pass through, your submarine lights pass over a message carved in a floating piece of some unfortunate's hull. Beyond is Nook. Beyond is freedom. Beyond is... the rest is scratched out. Water presses against the airlock door. The breathing and slithering of the beast gives it a rhythm of a drumbeat. First time here. Trespasser in freedom. You don your heavy diving suit and give the order to cycle the airlock. Water rushes in and you begin the slow swim down into the port. It soon becomes obvious that you are overdressed for the occasion. The people of Nook swim and breathe in the cloudy maw water, with no apparent discomfort. Most are naked. Most just a few clad in rotten rags that stream from their skin with no concern for modesty. None will communicate with you, if they even can. Those who acknowledge your presence just laugh silently at your bulky suit and unnecessary air hose. You'll need a different approach. Descend naked into Nook. At least you're unlikely to run into anyone you know. You undress every button, every stitch. The door opens. Ice-cold water rushes upwards. Instinct holds your mouth shut. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Your lungs burn. Holding in the last scoop of air, your legs thrash. You can't hold it in. It escapes. You're choking on water. It forces its way into your lungs. The taste of burning salt suffocating every attempt to gasp, scream, or... Then, through the exhaustion and panic, you realize you're breathing. It's hard work. Your lungs fight against the weight, but it's enough. You can tolerate it, at least for now. The liberal application of wine will make this process easier. In future, bring a cask. This is what I remembered, that having some wine on you is actually not a bad call. The beast quivers with distaste at your trespass. Taste of freedom. It can leave a bitter aftertaste. Tolerance for Nook water quality is now 3. The more of it you breathe, the less you remember air. You start in the ruptured throat. A torn, painted-back cavity in the flesh wall offers access to the city's monstrous hosts. Razor-sharp teeth the size of buildings jut from fatty, garnet-red flesh. Many teeth have been quarried out into homes, barricaded by scraps of wood from shipwrecks. We have some options. We can swim upwards to the Great Maw. Attempt to mingle with the Nook folk. They may be friendlier now that you're fashionably undressed. Compile a port report, which we do want to do. No one here has anything to hide. Actually, no one here is hiding anything at all. Hiding anything at all. Take from the weak. There is only one law here, survival of the fittest. That's based upon your Nook of taste of freedom quality. Return to the submarine. Better not leave the crew waiting too long, or swim downwards the serrated abyss. We don't need to explore here all too much at the moment, but we definitely compile the port report while we're here. Notes on Nook. A vile place. Festering, acidic. No laws but those of tooth and claw. Written in scars. Civilization? Impossible. Making tea would be a logistical impossibility. You know, your priorities of a Londoner. Making tea? Ah, that'd be impossible underwater. Yet the inhabitants seem content. Many have come here from London, the Connate, the Presbyteriate, abandoning cultured life for this tenuous existence. They grin, their mouths full of stolen flesh, or float naked and carefree. Many have nothing, and nothing to lose. A group of swimmers dart past, hunting gleefully. One squeezes your shoulder, companionably. You've never met her before. You have one of this, a port report. You've lost a tolerance for Nook water. You've gained a taste for freedom. Alright, we shall return to our submarine now. You return from Nook. You swim into the airlock and alert the crew. Air flows in. You retch the last of the Nook water from your lungs. Return to the crew. Air again. How refreshing. You'll notice we have that by having no more than 9 for freedom. The effects of prolonged stays in Nook can be reduced in Aga, where memories are sacrificed. The crew salutes as you pass. Good. All is well. Anything that happened in Nook shall remain in Nook. And there is technically a shop. Ah, look, you can sell bolts of spider silk here. Scattered assembly of traders, smugglers, and shoppers. My torpedo components, fuel for a little bit more expensive, supplies for base price. You don't want to sell spider silk. So, that is Nook. We'll be here again once we're more prepared to be here and have some reasons for being here. For now, though, you can watch that Z monster's mouth just undulate, trying desperately to close, but unable to. Yeah, disturbing. Sonar has picked up an underwater settlement. It is a long way to the southeast. That one right there. Ah, hello, terror and fragment reduction. It's under fragments, -10 terror. The color of forgetting. So we found another one of those. Ah, and look what we have here. A sea creature. We actually kind of do want to potentially fight one of these. I think it's one of the things that we would... that's on our list. Hello, I see you want nothing to do with combat. Well, okay then, fair enough. It is now swimming after me. You want to fight or not? Ow. Why? Yeah. For some reason, it's not letting me fight it, and that's just causing me damage. That is... weird, to say the least. Move on, unfortunately with 32 additional damage. How very unfortunate. How very unfortunate. Ugh. Curse you and your cheating ways, Z-Beast. Alright, but we're back here at Nunico. Do some more shift work. Offer employment to the postal rat's niece. She asks it as a favor, and she sounds well trained and informed. Locked with no more than 0 Ratus Faber assisting. Huh. I don't think I want to do that at the moment. Surely, accept the responsibility for an envelope of heavy cream paper. Surely the sender was someone of consequence. I'd be willing to see what that's about. Manners aren't what they used to be. It is an invitation to a dinner party now long in the past, an occasion for bishops and dons. The opening is formal, but the closing lapses into exasperation. Do please grant me the pleasure of a response this time, so that I may know whether to set your place. If you will not reply, this is positively the last time I will invite you anywhere. Another glance at the sender and recipient. Ah, yes. With those two involved, this is at least saleable gossip. 30 fragments, 1 intriguing snippet. Alright, and now, descend into the basement with flame. Properly equipped, candles for the way, and a flare for the bottom. Spiral on spiral on spiral. The descent is long and slow. You count the turns at first. But the time comes when you can't see the square of the light from the door above, and can't mark how far you have come around the spiral. You exhaust one candle after another. At the end, you come to a place where the ramp opens into a bowl-shaped floor. The cavern must be hundreds of feet wide. Here, you light your flare, but even that does not show the cavern walls. The floor is carpeted with, at first you think it is gravel, but no, it is broken shards of clay and stone, all scribbled over in words too old to read. At the center of this space is a needle of deep black rock, glossy as resin, glittering with ice, inscribed with 3 arcane sigils that hurt to look at. You feel meaning in their presence, a prohibition, or a commandment, that all things must come to their destined place, that what cannot be delivered immediately must be saved against a future date. That a message that goes unheard is a tragedy. That the sigil must be carried, no matter how far, no matter through what darkness, no matter whether the sender still lives, nor whether the recipient can even read the language of the writing. The inscription resolves itself and is known to you. No word lost. You have one searing enigma. You've lost the candles, lost the flare, gained 5 terror, shocker that. Currents. Your Nunico learned in postal secrets quality is now 7, visitor to the center stone. And that is the premise behind Nunico. Something deep down at the center of it, calling all that has not been delivered to be delivered once more. And that's what derives all these post folk who are here. That. Climbing out. The climb out is slow and takes a long time. Could you possibly have come down this far? Surely not. Your breath grows ragged and your legs cramped. Ascend. There is no way out but up. Or sit down a moment. The rest of the spiral will still be there after you've got your breath. Visions? Dreams? You relax against a shelf. It isn't comfortable at all, as the edge of a metal box is prodding you between the spine and the shoulder blade. And somewhere off to your right is a sound like hoarse breathing. It doesn't matter. In the dimness you see, or remember, or dream, a silver tree growing in a courtyard. The reverie lasts only a few heartbeats before you properly awake again. Alright, now we ascend. At the surface, the dead letter office is still here, its machines still working, the baskets still filling with missed invitations and misplaced wills. Shouldn't have been blasted away, destroyed by the force of what lies beneath. Tell the postal rat what you saw below. Maybe he will be curious. Without name, you start to explain, but your language doesn't have the right words to express it. The weight of the delivery commandment, the sacred necessity for every word to reach its destination, and the countless individual miscarriages of meaning from one entity to another which have occurred throughout history and is still occurring to the detriment of the whole universe. He holds up a paw. Not going to understand it, no matter how much you explain, he says. And I'm glad, as if I did understand, I'd be likely to run mad, working where and as I do. After a moment, he adds, likely you'll forget, at least forget some of it. After all, you never wore the uniform. Then he points out where your hair has singed at the temples, and gives you an ointment he keeps in a drawer. Words can hold power in the Fallen London verse, and it definitely does here. Holds a lot of power here. Let's see, I think we should be able to. Yes, we have 2 more options now here in the Inky Blotter. It's effectively the culmination of what we have done. Judge the postman in light of what you know. All have failed. Or honor the postman in light of what you now know. All have tried. And that's what I'm going for. Because it's kinder. Saints and martyrs. Nothing about them now seems comical or strange. The regulation maintenance of their uniforms is a mark of holy dedication. Their scars are earned by faith and hard work. They are given an impossible task, but none excuse themselves just because of that. The hairless postwoman sees your glance and returns a rueful smile. You've gained 1 Nunico cultivating friendships with postmen. New total 7. Trusted in Nunico. An occurrence. Your Nunico learned in postal secrets quality is now 8. Understanding of postal work. You have lost 5 terror. And now, we go back to the docks, and here will be an interesting thing. Assemble a port report. Those who live here deserve a better justification in the eyes of the world. This is different now. The Admiralty won't understand, but you can do your best to explain it anyway. The theology of postal work, the pole, the sacred obedience of postmen, the attention to detail that is both petty and sacred. Sorry, that one's sacred. The first one was the scarred obedience of postmen. Probably. Yes. Whoops. Miss Dinar, my bad. The anguish, the camaraderie among the sufferers, the willingness to endure visitors, even visitors who do not understand their tribulations and ask foolish, ill-informed questions. We now have 1 port report, and we have a memory of distant shores. And that, I believe, is... yeah. That is Nunico. It is... it's a thing. It is a thing, alright. It is a story. There, then to Dahat. Yes. Yes, that seems like a good course of action. Maybe we'll do this underwater. Maybe we'll find fuel at the bottom of the sea. Who knows? But I can hope. I can hope. Oh god, high current. Going the wrong way. Blech. You'll notice, that is still here, even underneath the sea. Oh, and I accidentally got myself caught into it. Don't have that much fuel to spare. Not to go in circles. Okay, there we go. We broke free. Broke free. This is good. Oh! You are here this time. We have found Scrimshander. It is a place we've been looking for. And who I've seen, like, off all the way out here or the map or some such, but no, it is here. This is good. We have 2 people to deliver to this place. I shall gladly deliver them. To Scrimshander. You'll notice, it is bones, alright. Quite the collection of bones. It is... Need to really stop bonking on the corners. It does inflict like 1 damage, and it adds up. It has shops. You can sell hunting trophies for 65 apiece. Unread log for 25. Pot of violet ink for 250. You can buy mutter salt here for a carboy of primordial shrieks. I have no idea what those are. Ooh, fuel for normal prices. Fuel for normal prices. We hop on that. We hop on that. You can buy the multiple relics, you can buy CG9, or you can sell them, but don't sell them for 0. Selling them for 0 is very, very silly. Ivory and historiography. Reminder, history is sacred, ivory less so. Entering Shimshander. Before you looms the bone tower of Shimshander, the city of remembrance. Ivory structures jut from the pile, supported by buttressing tusks. As your light plays across them, you can make out inscriptions, names, pictures, and dozens of lost languages. The largest ones carry a warning. All are welcome to enter, but none may depart without leaving something of themselves behind. Keep sailing, no reason to commit yourself to history quite yet. Accept the price and dock. A drownie floats before the docking gate of a bone cathedral. She wears a cowl and carries a ceremonial key carved from a femur. At your approach, she sings a solemn greeting. Soldier, scholar, servant of art, history welcomes without toll, but be warned ere you depart. None who enter escape whole. Beware, you'll have to pay a price to depart from Shimshander. A cowed crew. The guardian unlocks ivory gates, steel glints in her fingers as she carves an image of your ship into her massive bone key. Your brave crew decides to remain on the ship as you disembark for the tower's dry center. You have been to Shrimsander, the city of remembrance. We are here. Shrimsander Center. You walk down a damp nave of bone. Intricately carved ivory walls depict improbable scenes from history. The walls are edged in tiny finger bones, each bearing a single name. Inhabitants wear ashen robes and carry steel-tipped bone quills, but you recognize most as drownies or Shellonate expatriates. While most are quiet and ignore visitors, you hear heated arguments over interpretations of the sacred remains which will include whatever you leave behind when you depart. We have 2 people to deliver. Take note of a veiled woman. A middle-aged woman in a veiled hat is staring at you, waiting for you to notice and listen to her. Commissioned to achieve a regret. Huh. Okay, I'm not sure what this is, but... The Imperious Sister's Tale. She pushes a sheaf of papers into an oversized case and bustles towards you. I have been all over Shrimsander, and I can find no sign of my brother's writings, or any inscription about him, she says. Which is strange, because I was most definitely assured he had come here. Meanwhile, I made certain promises of a pecuniary nature, which means that I am not at liberty to leave Shrimsander again for a few days. So I turn to you. Could you assist me? Are your services for hire? It is a matter of family loyalty, of the ties of blood. to listen to the Imperious Sister. Receiving a commission from the Imperious Sister. The woman is no longer exactly youthful, but she speaks passionately from under her veil. Perhaps she has studied heroines on the stage. I need help to be reconciled with my dear brother. Listen to what she wants. She is very urgent to speak with you. You can also refuse the commission, but no reason to do that. I now indeed remember what this is about, so generally, I did it like once a while ago. So, she has a brother who is dear to her, a sensitive soul, very reserved. He used to work for the Admiralty. Something happened to distress him there. When I asked him about it, he said that I had enough to worry about, with my own concerns. My husband was ill at the time, but I could help him, if he would only permit me to know his troubles. For, you know, she puts a hand on her heart. Bearing one another's burdens is what makes us truly good. She tells you that you'll need to go to Agao, the city of regrets, find her brother's regret, and return it to her. She will pay, gladly. An occurrence, your Agao, commissioned to retrieve a regret quality is now 10. Received a commission. Let's hear. You can wander the halls. Gather at the stage. Delve into the archives. You will wait enough time in the archives to explore and return afterwards, or at least 5 points is recommended, but will allow you deeper explorations. Do not overstay your welcome. It will not be pleasant. It's like, delve into the Ivory Archives. The Ivory Archives are a wealth of history, with ages of visitors' stories carved into the bone pillars that build the citadel. It's something between a library and an ossuary, but less inviting. Here we go. Compile a port report. Considered an ongoing history of the present. Few visitors, fewer departures. The inhabitants of Shrimp Sanders spend much of their time preying on the mysteries of the past. They spend almost as much time arguing about their interpretations. Salted residents often collect nearby salvage, studying the results and inscribing their interpretations on any skeletal remains. But those who leave too often are easily recognized by what they have left behind in their travels: memoirs, personalities, and bones. Otherwise, they rarely consider the present, certainly not with the same focus they give to the histories buried within their tower. Recent world events are met with polite silence, unless it prompts an anecdote about similarities with antiquity. Apart from old grudges and new theories, very little changes here. Have a port report. There's also gather at the stage of history. Scholars file quietly into a pair of great ivory doors at the far end of the hallway. When they stumble out again, you can hear raised voices, arguments, and laughter. To the amphitheater. After the reverent silence of the outside, the boisterous noise of the amphitheater washes over you like the heavy sea beyond these walls. Actors strut in an amphitheater of bone, performing historical plays of dubious veracity. An audience watches from below, with each roaring drunk member applauding or jeering different details of the work. Above, an imperious figure wearing a crown of ivory judges each performance from a raised theater box. All are served by a single man, weaving between the crowd and wearing a perpetual smirk. Can talk with the glib historian. The mushroom wine he serves is stale. The plays he announces are questionable at best, but the impeccably bearded man with the olive skin laughs at every performance and has a smile for every patron. You can watch a fierce debate. 2 monks propose new historical interpretations based on research in the archives. Weapons are strictly prohibited. Trade coffee for time in the archives. Even the most avid scholar knows all historical tales are exciting. Trade wine for time in the archives. Glib historian is always looking to restock his supply for thirsty audiences. He has surprising influence with the archives. We also have some deals here. Agree to search the Ivory archives for a hero. The Chelenate champions hope to regain their prestige by staging a heroic play. Assist their research in the Ivory Archives and they'll give you a hero's reward. Agree to search the Ivory Archives for a pattern. The drowning chorus sits dejectedly in the corner, griping about the hero worship on display. They pay well if you can research the societal context to the figures on stage. Or leave the amphitheater. For now, we'll talk with this guy. Warring theories on the stage of history. Some could cheer history as the work of brave and inspired heroes, especially them who wish they could be heroes themselves. The glib historian rolls his eyes theatrically. Others say it's all shaped by cylindrical changes in scientific progress, economies, and such. But nothing gets in the way of a good story quite like nuance. He spits out the word like a rotten grape. We let him argue up on this stage and give an ivory crown to whoever's most convincing at the moment. He waves a hand at the temporary monarch in the raised seat above. But far as I'm concerned, he confides, filling a patron's mug with cheap wine, history is what you make of it, and I make a killing. You've learned enough about history to distrust any one person's interpretation. Don't say history as if there's merely one of them. There's a truth in that matter. History is never just one solitary shindig. It is many different things. For now, we don't have much things to do here except to deliver our passengers. Then it's off to London, and then it's off to It Is Late. Deliver a monastic drowning. Your silent passenger is transfixed by the murals, eyes wide and mouth agape. His unrepeatable explanation is the first word you've heard from him. A flood of words. Something within the monastic drowning has been unloosed at the sight of such sweeping histories. After such a long time silent, he is eager to share his own, smaller stories, and until he can earn his own bone quill, you are his captive audience. The coins he gives you are valuable, but not as much as the tales that tumble out of him. We have lost him because he delivered. We have gained 50 echoes, gained 1 shipment, tides of time. Downey's scholars believe that history is a never-ending cycle of trends and social forces. A wise historian learns to sail each era's turbulent tides. And we have 5 Z stories. Nice. We did want that. We did want those. Deliver a truth-hunting Chelenate. She kneels before an ivory carving of a faceless warrior. Its scarred figure resembles the tattoo on her arm. Hearty appreciation. After saying a wordless prayer, the truth-hunting Chelenate stands and clasps you in a fierce embrace. In addition to payment, she proudly presents you with a garland of shark's teeth. My days of hunting monsters is over. Now I hunt heroes through the ages. 50 echoes, a hunting trophy. Gained 1 history of heroes. The Chelenate hunters believe history is the result of heroic words and deeds. A wise historian learns from their actions and embraces their heroism. So, we notice those 2 sides that are offering and competing each other, and there, you can deliver people of both sides of the matter. And now, we shall leave, but leaving comes with a price. No one departs without leaving something of themselves behind. Be ready. Departing. Were there quite this many guards when you came in? Was there always a pile of fresh bones by the entrance? No one may depart Shrimstrander without leaving something themselves behind by which to be remembered. Tradition demands it, as do the muscular guards at the gate. Their sharpened bone quills are at the ready to connect your donations. There's various options here. Leave behind a story. You can always make more. 5 Z stories. You'll notice they gave you 5 Z stories as a reward. Same with this. Leave behind a past triumph. It was dearly earned. Only fair that it be dearly spent.
It's unlocked with a hunting trophy, what that other one gave, so they are effectively paying you some stuff to do that. You can leave behind vitality. Stack bricks of bones and ash to build the tower and earn your leave. That, I think, reduces iron. Possibly by 1. It's costly. It's effectively a secret you're trading. Leave behind your warmth. You don't really need it down here, do you? Leave behind something a little more tangible. This is if you have, like, no other option, effectively. Although you should technically always have an option in irons and hearts, but still. One guard carries a butcher's cleaver. With a shudder, you recall how many finger bones decorate the tower. Notice that quality. Missing finger, no more than 4. Can only afford so many fingers to sacrifice. Yeah, stay a while. You won't lose anything by staying a little longer, will you? But there is something here that we can do. Provide transport for a scholar. A bandaged scholar stands near the exit, angrily brushing ash off of himself. At your approach, he brusquely demands passage to Hideaway. Of course, he'll pay. In search of history's losers, he studied remains of 100 wars and read 1,000 bitter ends. Now he seeks the survivors, so he can interview them in person. He assures you it's purely academic interest. His life has been splendid, personally. He merely wishes to see how they live with themselves. The scholar of lost causes grumbles as he settles into his bunk, ready for a trip to Hideaway. Of course, we still need to pay to leave. And we're going to use a hunting trophy. Some other hero's tale. The guards light incense and clean the trophy with a musky oil. As you recount the victory that won it, a chronicler etches your words into its surface. The scratching of the bone quill grows louder in your ears with every word. By the time you're finished, your trophy has been replaced with an identical copy. But this one has been inscribed with a thrilling, fictional tale. As you depart, you wonder if you would recognize the hero of such a thrilling yarn. Left a part of myself behind. And honestly, hunting trophies are kind of a cheaper deal. Let's see here. Gold is here. Fuel is at that level. That is at that level. Okay. We want to go back to London. That we do. Yes, definitely back to London. I am a wee bit tired. Right, go back to the surface, which should have us at wisdom to just grab a port report while we're in the vicinity. Just like that. And a wisdom. No, we have that. We definitely do not have 175 pages. Dear mercy. And now we shall leave out this way. Just to see if I can explore a little bit of that stuff. Ah. Hello. Shark? Can I register and comment on this guy? Yes. Particularly tormented bound shark. There are normal bound sharks. This one has been particularly tormented. Also, sharks travel a lot further. I forgot about that. Oh, no. Bad shark. Bad shark. Alright, I shouldn't try to do too many fights from this point onwards. You've defeated a bound shark. Its bonds buckled, its skin torn, its teeth shattered. You have 2 options. You can examine its cage armature. Someone has bound it savagely with black iron, sunk bands and joined mechanisms deep into its flesh. Did it? Yeah. Or use its meat. Its torment ended with its death. You have more immediate concerns. Tough and gray. The shark meat is dark, springy, and oily. These are not encouraging properties for a meal. Nevertheless, your cook, perhaps, can make something of it. And what's this in its guts, eh? Hunting trophy, supplies, non-processing mass. Which, suitable for smoking, means we have gained terror and more supplies. Even more supplies. Fills up our hold, doesn't it? Yes. Okay. So, polythene for the report, but not the claimant. Not much we can gain out of that. However, we can then stop by Port Seal, and then work our way back to London. Port Seal because, I mean, come on, more skintillac is more skintillac. It is more to sell, and that is always good. In my opinion, at least. It's good money, the skintillac. At least for just being in the general area. Which, hey, we are. Go figure. Oh, Polythrene, I'm just here for a port report. Ah, there's the thing you can do here. Cure the sharpness you gained in Amp. Enough time in Polythrene and your sharpness will dissolve back to flesh. This will not change your capacity for sharpness or remove any permanent Anthian advantage you may carry. We don't want to do that, though. Ah, the city cries out. Roads whirl, bricks quiver, the windows of all the buildings flash like eyes. The palace above the city swells and roars. This convulsion is how claimant roar. Even now, somewhere below, they open their blind-seeming gray eyes. Port report. We've gained more terror, and a couple of fragments. We do not have enough space for that, especially with picking up some skintillax, so... we shall go down, and then back to London. Because we have spent some time here out at sea. Longer time than I usually do because, well, we had convenient places. Careful does it. A bit more, right? Remember to turn the right end back just for backing up. I always get that wrong. It's like, yes, you are reversing. You have different buttons that you're pressing. Butcher it. Another Stygian ivory, another hunting trophy. And cut choices. It won't keep, but it looks tasty. Bland but sustaining. It's rather like eating trout, if the trout had tried to kill you a few hours ago. Take that, Arstrad says, trout. You've lost your hunger. Which is fine. We were high enough in our hunger that it effectively replaces getting a supply from it. Thought I heard something else slithering around. But I don't see anything. My ears may be deceiving me, or there's just something off screen that I went a different direction from. Likely that. We shall not worry about it and just carry on. Carry on and stay calm. Ah, there's Neil right there. That's a usual place for an eel out here, I believe. Feels like it anyways. Can't get another port report, obviously. 2 skintillax, 7 tear. A bit worse trade than there, but hey. Even more skintillax. Never goes amiss. Unless you go insane from the effort, but, well, we haven't. Instead, we take on another albino moray. Ah, it's underwater. Hello, would you like to come back up? Ah, hello. Welcome back. Did you enjoy your stay in the underwater hotel? Because now you're dead. Hope your last pleasant bit of underwaterness was conductive to you. Stygian ivory, hunting trophy, suitable for smoking. There's a couple of supplies. Yeah, see, as one could reasonably judge, it's like, once you get a reasonable amount of firepower on your side, and can start hunting things reasonably, you can get a lot from it. As someone mentioned in a previous stream, I remember, Lifebergs are one of those that you can get a fair bit from the effort. Although they are still a bit on the tougher side, because they have a lot more health. But even things like that, well, it can be worth it if you have the spot and the like. Have the space and the like, rather. Alright, let's use this opportunity to get rid of this black box on our map. No islands within range. That is fine. We'll head up to Demir Island, because then it's just a straight away left. That sounds like the plan that works for me. And is the more direct route. Go further west, and there's more islands in the way and whatnot. But here, as long as we skirt off on this side... are you a regular pirate, or are you the Arcturus class? Be cool if you're the Arcturus class, but no guarantees there. Hello, boat. Ah, it is now Chaos class. Corvette. I mean, which we were reasonably, if albeit slowly, able to deal with it before. We now have better guns. We can very much deal with it now. Like that. Bonk and bonk. It's not always in the thin range of a forward weapon, but that's why we also buffed up our other deal. Rescue the pirate poet. Once again, you are the victor. Once again, the familiar dance. Words are no longer needed. The pirate poet bows her head, acknowledges your victory. Next time, though, a slight smile adds, do not expect her to go easy on you. Fuel, supply, 400 echoes, which is why I made the diversion. It's worth it. A bolt of fabric. Hey! A spider silk! 20 to go. You can find spider silk in London, of course. There are troubles there with sorrow spider infestation, like anywhere underneath. But for the real quality, you need to go east, to the Connate, or to the famed bristling fastness of Saviour's Rocks. So, yeah. 1 spider silk down, 20 more to go. That is not a reliable way to do it, but I guess that is technically a way. Honestly, the pirate poet does pay out well. Surprisingly well, in fact. Might be an idea, honestly. Ah, look, another boat. Don't think that's now Chaos class. It seems a bit too slow for it. I mean, if it is, I mean, I might as well. So check and see what kind of boat it is, and then proceed to destroy it utterly. Aww, your baby pirate ship. I am so sorry. I'm no longer sorry. They just shot at me. This captain is over their conflicting feelings about destroying the baby pirate ship. Loot and scuttle. Stout crate. Fuel. Excellent. Onwards we go. honestly, to be diverted enough, I don't think it even matters to going to Timber Island. We'll just proceed onwards. Diverted enough space, it really does not matter anymore. We'll want to repair when I get back. Honestly means, and boop. And boop. Okay, we didn't take any hull damage. But it's worth taking the risk. Because we could have taken hull damage. Onwards we to go. Now with 70 iron. 53 mirrors, 60 veils. Did we have anyone that did mirrors? I don't recall, but I thought we did. That was veils. You... We could dine with you. Ah, you were mirrors. Secrets. And Brisk. There we go. That's a lot of our secrets, but now I'm relatively balanced as much as I can. Hearts 50, pages 38, veils 60, mirrors 55, irons 70. And, oh, crap from nowhere. Back up, back up. Crap battle. 10 damage. I'm gonna repair anyways. Definitely gonna repair now. Butcher it for supplies. Choice cuts to reduce our hunger again. You know what, I'll take it. More supplies and a hunger reduction. Yay! Alright, let's get back home to London. Home. Insofar as much of a home that we have down here in the Neath, but London is most certainly home. It's where we keep some of our stuff. Not all of our stuff, but some of it. Alright, there's the London lightship. Sitting here awakening our forward. And now we must just but go a little bit further. To London proper. To sell a bunch of our skin... Well, sell all our skintelac. Not sell the spider silk. I probably should keep that. Considering I need 20 more of them, yes. Part of me regrets selling that one spider silk so long ago, but it's only one. It's small on the scale of matters. Might need a lot, but it was so far back. We have nothing to hide. Messages. The Roser's Market is indeed back. Ship into dry dock. Go with these guys again. Oh wow, they did a bang-up job this time. I am well repaired. That was an over-repair of like 69. All shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. Probably. Not expecting them to repair that much. But, oh well, we're at full now. There's the Roser's Wharf. Ah. And those are the two items. A bespectacled visitor will pay to learn moves in the great game. He drags his thumb over his thick mustache and nods. Or the honey-addled detective is collecting watchful curios. Nearby, a puppet theater is performing The Gardens of the Serpent. The detective watches idly while waiting for sellers. So, that's our options there. Let's see here. Shops. Wolfstack. Sell, 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 sell for bunches and bunches of money. Do we sell our Stygian ivory? Honestly, yeah. That's not a difficult thing to reacquire, all in all considered. Everything else, though, I want to keep for various reasons. Yeah, definitely. Again, submit port reports. Port Cecile. Nunico. Abbey Rock. Polythreme. Wisdom. Salt Lions. Quaker's Haven. And, here's some of the new things. Dahat. Oh, the Admiral collects these. Did you ask Adrani to marry you? Port submitted. 55 echoes, 1 fuel, 1 port report. Nook. So, you've been to the Great Maw, have you? Port submitted. No clothes at all? Wild orgies? Fights to the death in the altogether? The secretary glows crimson as he stares at your report. Tell me everything. Slowly. 50 echoes, 1 favor, 1 fuel. Scrimsander. First-hand report from the depths of history, eh? Nothing too candid, I trust. Fuel. Favors. 55 echoes. Alright, lodgings. Read the morning newspapers is more supplies. And time with your family. Enjoy their company. Down to 15. Let's see here. What else have we not done? Docs. New recruit? Anyone new? Nope. Then moving on. Do we have anything we want to sell to them? There's the log. It's a Syrian enigma. We honestly want to keep a hold of that. Can do that, can do that. We can sell our live specimen that I actually don't know what I'd do with anyways at the moment. Something not yet extinct. You flick the blanket away and the creature in the corner shrinks away from the light. The scholar clasps hands in delight. Oh ho, it's still moving. I can think of uses for this. 100 echoes, favors Inquirian. Is honestly a good thing to get up anyway, so I might actually sell a couple of other things. Things that we have plenty of. Like this. That's only 10 echoes. 1 more is needed to reach level 4. Wells of Emotion. As the alarming scholar listens, tears well in the depths of those shining, or is it blazing, eyes. They overflow, splashing onto the desk blotter. Stop! She sobs at last. This is too beautiful. Allow me to bring the macaw of memories. I wish each individual tone recalled. And what's one other thing we can just get rid of to sell for boosting up our purpose? We can do this. Offer the scholar an intriguing snippet. I might perhaps classify this as gossip, not data. Nevertheless. Oh ho, zesty, zesty. This one will do very well shared. Thank you. Your payment. Favors Antiquarian has increased to 4. Gain 1 fragment, 50 echoes. Alright. I just want to kind of get that quality up, since I could anyways. So here leaves our hold. We have 16 and 11. Which means 12 to 24. And that fills us out. Alright, just making sure we're saved. And that will do it for tonight. Made some good progress. We've started exploring the realms under the Z. And there's plenty under the Z. There's plenty below and above that we have yet to explore. That I hope to explore that we will definitely explore in due time. Assuming nothing unfortunate happens to us, like at the beginning of this stream. That was almost unfortunate. I will do my damnedest to make sure that does not happen. No promises, but try my best, for sure, without a doubt. It was great to have y'all along, great for you to watch. When next when next we meet, we have some places to be, some places to explore, some curiosities for me to check out, and some considerations with my money, considering I am now at 7,279. I am, in theory, within my usual margins for wanting a Caligo-class merchant cruiser. But there's two factors that are weighing on me. First, I won't have a forward gun quite yet. And then I think I want a little bit more of a buffer of money. If nothing else, because I will then... When I get this is when I'm gonna do a bunch of the Salt Lions deliveries. I'm just gonna stack up as much as I can on that. And that's 200 apiece for 20 each. 200 apiece for 20 each on the whole is 200, 600 for 60, 1,000 for 100 something. It's gonna be a balancing act effectively. I might want a little bit more echoes, or I might try risking it and trying to do as much as I can with the 1,200 that I will have. But I also have slow engines, which will be unfortunate too, so... I'm at that margin where it's like, I'm close, I'm considering it, it may well be what I go for. Or I'll maybe do a little bit more, grab a little bit more caches, whatever. We will see next time. I will next be streaming, ideally Tuesday, which will be more Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Then next up after that is once again my Thursday Warhammer 40k Mechanicus. And things will look a little bit different during those times than during my next stream, because I'll also be house sitting for a bit throughout the month of June. I'll still be trying to stream as I can and as normally as I can, but some factors will definitely change, and I'll be bouncing around. But hopefully I'll still be able to maintain my normal, typical stream scheduling stuff. In between making sure houses don't burn down and pets stay alive. You know, the typical, at least, bare requirements for house sitting. But with that, this was a fun time, and I hope to see you all next time, whether it is in one of my other streams or back here, down deep within the neath. Wherever it may be, I hope to see you all then, and that your evening goes well, that the rest of your week goes well, that all shall be well. Indeed. With that, cheers. Have a good one.